Yeah, yeah. There's a tournament going on.
All right.
Okay.
You can see we're joined by many of the regulars here.
Let's see. Who do we got today? We have Sean Quigley. We've got George Gaynor. Pete Gores is there. Brian Keita. Norbert's here. They can't hear you yet. We'll give you a mic. You could try yelling. Danielle's here. Who else is here?
Jeremy Fox.
Jeremy Fox from
Prince Arcades.
Prince Arcades, of course. He's right here. What was your name, sir?
Tim Foley is here, of course, with his T20 shirt on.
Brian? Oh, okay, cool. Tim here. I missed you. Sorry. All right, cool. So, first thing, I guess we can. There's a few things that I was just going to ask the general group, but this is going to be open, and
we are now
just got
joined
James.
by James White.
Oh, he walked in like he owned the place.
2012 Gamer of the Year.
The Great White Shark. Here, right here. All right. So, is there anything you wanted to start off with?
No, Pete. Yeah.
Okay.
Roll
All right.
ahead.
So, this is a question that I like to ask people to kind of get an idea of what kind of gamer they are. But if let's just say it's a hypothetical situation, you were stuck on a desert island, you can only have one arcade game with you. What would that arcade game be? And remember, there's no online. There's nothing. It's just one arcade game, and it's got to be a real game. So I wanna go around the group, and everyone can let me know, and I'll repeat your answers for you.
I already know Jeremy's answer. He actually needs somebody else on the island so he can sell the game to them.
Okay.
So,
All right.
but here.
Oh,
One game.
I'll go with Carnival. Just keep playing it over and over.
James.
All right, I'll stick with that.
Great choice.
I would say TNK3,
Really?
which is tank in Japan. SNK.
Excellent choice. One we don't have here at the arcade currently. We have the board. Tim?
I would probably say Narc. Just I'm sure you might agree, but just the nostalgia factor, and you can actually play it. It has a lot of replayability because you can try and just arrest everyone. You can try and blast them. You can try and get through using only rockets. You can try and get through, without shooting anybody. And I just thought it had a great replayability. And who doesn't love blowing up drug dealers and but you can't kill
them
you can't
over with your Porsche.
Yeah, with your Porsche, and you have guns on your Porsche, and you can't kill dogs though, but you could kill people in the game. So that's very important. Don't hurt the dogs. Okay.
Brian Keita.
Being the big racing proponent that I am, I can't speak words today.
It's okay.
Yes, I forgot how to English. But being the big racing fan that I am, I would have to go with Super Hang-On.
Really? That's awesome.
I would have said pole position, but I've taken a big liking to Super Hang-On now. That's my number one racing game right now.
Excellent.
Oh, jeez.
George.
I don't know. I mean, if I'm by myself, maybe Pac-Man, just because it's just the challenge of it. If I'm trapped with somebody else, though, please give me a fighting game. Give me Guilty Gear.
Guilty Gear. Excellent. The lovely Danielle.
Hello. Flicky, of course. Favorite
Of
game.
course.
Gee, everyone predicted that one. It's like, oh, I wonder what she's going to say. It's something about hitting cats with telephones that's really fun. So,
Yes. James, you gotta hand it over. Norbert.
Well, got it? Good. Well, considering I grew up on fighting games, I have to say the only game I would prefer, if anything, would be Capcom versus SNK 2.
Excellent choice. Do you have the score for that currently? Or
No, David still has it. I kind of gave up on it.
are you going after that today?
No.
Bubble Bobble.
Bubble Bobble?
Yeah, that's my favorite game.
Classic. Pete?
No, it would actually have to be House of the Dead 2.
Really?
It's an excellent game.
How about you? No. All right. Cool. Which one? Galaga? Phoenix, great game. Those classic shooters, they're awesome. Yeah. What's your favorite racing? Pole position. Excellent game.
All right, Doc, we got to hear from you now.
I can't say.
What?
It's
But we just got Marshall Masters. You don't know how long you're going to be stranded on this desert island. It might just be a week. It might just be a couple days.
And I'm creepy behind that score too. I was just playing a few games with him before I came here.
Uh-oh.
That was my game 1 score.
Ooh.
But that's cool. I'm sure you'll get it. It's an awesome game though. Who are you using?
I've been using Crane.
Crane?
Crane's good, and Master Juan.
It's awesome. I'm sure that score will go all over the place. Well, we recently, again, that I think was the first game that we put up for our anniversary weekend.
Yep.
And it's been kind of quiet on it first. That was put on the arcade floor at the suggestion of Aaron Osins, who he came in for the T20 to help us adjudicate and put in scores and everything. So
He has good taste in games.
he does.
Yeah.
He is. It's a very underrated game.
Yeah. I've never played it before, and it looks pretty cool. So
You have not tried it yet?
no, I haven't tried it yet.
Very cool. What game would you have?
Well, right now I would pick Darius Gaiden, and the reason being is that it has all those branching paths. So like, if I master one path, I can just pick a whole. Except for the first level, you don't have to pick the same level. You can just choose a different level every time, and there's probably 100 different paths you could take through that game.
Yeah.
So if I was going to be stuck on that island for a year, as long as I had electricity to play that machine, I guess that's a stipulation. But I could get good at multiple paths of the game instead of the one that I picked to go through and set my score I have now. So that would be my current favorite.
Very cool. That's and I know one of the games that we had hoped to add for the anniversary weekend was Darius Burst EX, which is on its way from Japan as we speak.
Yep. I can't wait. Oh man.
It's,
Like I just watch videos and I'm like shaking. Yeah.
I
It's true.
believe me and Jeremy will be heading out to. I believe we have to pick up out in Michigan, and that it's a 4-player shmup. So I'm wondering if you guys are gonna all form teams and like, is it all gonna be solo play or is there gonna be group play?
I think it'll be both.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was doing a little research. There's when you get power ups when you're playing a group of 4, a power up split into 4, so you don't have to like worry about someone hogging the power ups.
Yeah.
So I mean, when you're playing by yourself, it's just only one's going to show up. If you kill an enemy that drops a power up. But so it'll be fun to see who has the best team put together with the guys that play shmups and people that want to get into them.
Yeah.
This one, Darius is really easy to get into. Like, there's no like complicated chaining element. There's really not much to it. There's just collect the power ups, fly and shoot. You get bonus points for killing groups of enemies. It's pretty easy. So it's one I recommend anyone that wants to try a shmup, try that one.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I know that one you're probably, of all the games, I think you've seen the complete list of the games in the vault, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Or at least most of them. Yeah. Of the games in the vaults, is that the one that you're most excited for, or what's the game? Like, we've let a few games slip here and there of what's coming up. We'll probably let a few more be known.
Yeah.
Throughout this podcast, but is that the game you're most excited for?
Yeah, I would say yeah. Like of everything coming that I know of, that would probably be it.
Yeah.
That would definitely be it, actually. Yeah.
Let's go around the room again. What do you know that we have that you're excited for, or what do you want to see?
Something that we don't have, or you don't think we should have. All right. So I'll give my mic to Doc here.
Cool. Yeah.
James first.
I pass it over to Sean.
Anyone you want. It's I guess it's quiet. Yep. Sorry, everybody. We're
Hello? Hello?
he can hear it. Everybody can hear it just fine.
Hello?
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, what was the question again? I'm sorry.
We've let some games be known that we have them. We've been pretty tight-lipped about what's in the vaults and everything. There's some boards that, like, people know that we're getting Darius Burst EX. People know that we're getting, like, TNK. We have that.
You do?
We do have it. We got it just the board. But we got that specifically on your request as one of our favorite players here. We try to get the stuff that you ask for. So, of the games that you know that we have, or anything else, like what are you excited to see come on the arcade floor, and just what do you want that we don't have already?
Actually, Seth, the technician, answered a question today, and Sega Virtual Racing.
VRAs? Okay.
VRA. I didn't even know the name of it. I've seen it years ago.
Yeah.
And never knew the name.
Yeah. James was shaken by Virtual Racing.
No. Actually, I didn't realize. I thought it was a weird question, but now I know that there is a game I think I would like to see, but it's very interesting. It would be Baby Pac-Man.
Baby Pac-Man. Yeah.
Pinball video game.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I just didn't. Yeah, that's. I would recommend that. Thank you.
I'll third that.
Huh.
Who's next?
Tim?
You know what? I'd actually second. What? Oh yeah. It's Tim Foley, Esquire. No. I'd second what James said. I've never personally seen a working Baby Pac-Man. The video game pinball hybrid. Or what's the other one? Granny and the Gators. I believe it. So I'd have to say, are we allowed to say something that we may have played recently? Is that something we should wait on, Doc? Because I. Yeah.
Can't I?
No. You know what? I'm not gonna blow it. But so I'll second what James said. Baby Pac-Man, or even Granny and the Gators. I mean, that's interesting. So, yeah, those would be mine.
These out just in case.
Wow. I was gonna say, is this limited to just arcades, or can pinball be a part of it as well?
Pinball.
Audible sigh.
You can.
Theater of
You
Magic.
can.
Yes.
You can. Theater of Magic.
Tim says Theater of Magic. I was actually gonna say Adam's Family.
Adam's Family.
Honestly, I've been like waiting forever for you guys to get Death Race going, because like when I saw a brief little playthrough of it when you guys had it up and running for like 5 minutes, and I was like, I really want to try this out. It looks fun.
It's close. It won't be too much longer.
All right.
It's one that was donated to us by Tanya Kleiss, who's over at Stern. Super generous donation of a super rare game. Playing it's a ton of fun. I can't wait to get that one up myself, but it'll be soon. It'll be soon for sure.
I'll be looking forward to it.
Speaking of which, Schiller? No, I'm
Schiller?
kidding, guys, kidding. Fuck you too. I like the Bride of Pinbot, so I like
Bride
that
of
a lot.
Pinbot, another
so I would
pinball?
definitely, would be my choice. Do I have to go over?
Yeah.
For me, I can't believe I'm actually gonna go outside my comfort zone of fighting games. But if there's one game I would love to see in this arcade, you have the second one. I want to see the first House of the Dead.
We have the first one. That is the first
Oh,
one.
I'm sorry, the second one.
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. I have not slept well.
Your wish is granted. You have the first House of the Dead.
It appeared on the. Well, I'm going to say the second one. If you can think of the third, that'd be excellent too.
I would like to see a game that we have absolutely no room for. The dance game, Pump It Up.
Won't happen. But there's reasons. There's reasons.
Take a mulligan. Wow, it dominates the sound of the arcade. I know.
We tried that like 5 years ago. It ain't gonna happen.
It's sitting there right next to the Buck Hunter.
Ma-
and the Eagle.
Maybe over here just for you though. Like we have that Super Nintendo here that
We'll put one
Will
in the break
has.
room for you.
So maybe.
He needs to work out on his brakes. I know that you have two. One of them would be a Donkey Kong board swing, or possibly second board in Donkey Kong now. And I totally and a New Zealand story. I know it's back there.
We do have New Zealand Story. That was it's a super obscure game. It was supposed to come out on Genesis, and it never was released. Saw pictures of it, and when that's the main reason why I picked it up when I finally saw the arcade board. Popped up on Yahoo Japan, and so we have it.
Played all the other versions, the home ones so far.
Yeah,
And I'm excited to play it.
we will have that here for
One
sure.
day. Mustache Boy is one day if it pops up.
Don't even have to answer the Donkey
I don't even
Kong
know if,
question. Fine,
it's been a while
fine
since
with
I last
me.
seen the list.
Moving on.
But there was one. I'd have to choose another Exidy game.
All right.
It would have to be Hard Hat.
Hard Hat.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a lot of fun. Yeah.
I have not seen one for sale. I've not been on the hunt for that, but I can definitely keep my eyes out for that.
Alright.
Exidy made some really great games.
Yeah. I mean,
Throwing out his Equity favorite, by the way.
yeah, that's a good one too.
Venture,
Oh, yeah.
we have a deal that is locked down, so that one will be here. Triple Punch, I don't think I've ever seen one for sale.
Logan's Hardware has it.
Do they?
It's in the record shop part.
Not for sale, though. They're not going to. Our friends over at Logan's do not usually sell their stuff. What's that?
It's also called Knockout.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's
on it.
They have James over at Logan has just an amazing collection. And he is a hardcore collector, and his vaults are just stacked with great rare games. I don't ever think I've seen him sell something, but that's how great arcades stay great arcades. Like they hold on to their stuff. So he doesn't care. He will not part with stuff. Maybe.
Oh, okay. There's a couple of Atari games I remember playing when I was real little.
Yeah.
They're pretty rare games, I guess. Now, one was Major Havoc.
Major Havoc, sure. Sure.
I think it used to be iRobot before then they changed to Major Havoc. It was at an arcade that Lance Castle used to go to.
Yeah.
And there's another like super rare one I heard called Quantum.
Quantum.
Oh, no.
I actually played that.
Quantum was at Fun Spot during the Fun Spot tournament last year. It was the manufacturer's
It's a great game. Like we have, I know Matt Walters, our 2013 Gamer of the Year, really wanted that here. iRobot, Major Havoc, and Quantum, all super hard to find game. Like they're very collectible games, and the K-Love crowd definitely wants those, and they're definitely high priced. But we often find stuff at ridiculously low prices. Again, in part thanks to Jeremy here.
James is back. Oh.
Let's get this back up here, and real quick, we'll talk about Turtles and what a great game that is too. Oh no, Turtles from Stern, 1981. Oh, it's very, very addicting.
Turtles for the NES.
See, one of the stars.
No.
Everybody's welcome here.
All right.
And
So one of the
Eaters, but-
questions online is, I'm sure this has been asked, but once you guys get the expansion, but once you guys get the expansion, would you consider getting the BattleTech cabinets? And I haven't seen those anywhere since I was a kid. The BattleTech pods, one, those are huge. Yeah. It's a possibility. We've been slowly moving forward with discussion of expanding the arcade. We've been talking with our neighbors again about if they'll move. We're talking a lot with the landlord about putting on a second floor. So this being the start of our, like we're on our 5-year anniversary. Like when we opened the arcade, we had 130 machines, and we're up to 475 now. And we've got a few games on the floor where the cabinets are already in place. We've had a few cabinets quietly go off the floor in this last week. We haven't heard anybody say what they are yet, so nobody seems to be missing them.
I know of one, but I'm just keeping my option.
Which one?
KI.
The new one? We did pull KI off the floor and Injustice. And it's just because everybody can still go play those at home. And we have, we're so tight on space that it's like we want to make sure that the people get to play stuff that they can't play it at home. It's it's not frustrating, but it's always makes me wonder if people are getting full use out of the arcade. I've walked in and I'll see 2 people on MK9, somebody on MKX, somebody on Injustice, somebody on Killer Instinct, and it's like right behind you have Primal Rage 2, which is the only board. There's 2 of them in existence, and they've been gone for 17 years, and you have this game at home. Like, why would you not be playing Primal Rage 2 or the original Mortal Kombat or any of the other totally rare, obscure games? And it just seemed.
Putting up little placards and stuff above them so that people know stuff like that.
We are actually working on a QR code system where you can scan, and on every machine there'll be a QR code. You can swipe it. And this is one of the big things.
A video for each one.
You can totally do.
So they see my smiling face.
Well, we want to get.
Terrifying would that be? It would be fun to have different people pop up.
Yeah, the squares that have yeah, you scan them with your
It's
phone.
like Top Gear. I was thinking more like Jeopardy, where they have the little celebrity pop up.
Basically, the QR codes will take you to. We have so much in store for this new year. One of the main things, aside from the expansion, which we've been discussing about really pushing ahead with our fundraiser, possibly doing another either a GoFundMe or a Kickstarter. We really want to get this expansion rolling. If we're able to put on the second floor, we should be able to have close to 1,400 games here. Which at that point, any request probably that isn't pinball would be and no skee ball, no redemption, and we're not going to change what we are, but with more space, like we can better do what we're good at, and like make sure that we keep getting all these rare games out there, um, and enough space to have a nice, comfortable 4-player game on whatever you want.
One thing at a time.
One thing at a time.
Let's get as many games as we can in first, and then we'll worry about where to stand.
Well, we're at that point. Like, I've had to slow down on, like, not that we're missing any of these stuff that's obscenely rare we're gonna pick up, but there's stuff that it's like, where are we gonna put this? And it's like we have 120 boards that are some of the rarest stuff that nobody knows even exists. Sequels to games, like we just picked up Rastan Saga 3. Yeah, we got it. Yeah, it's
No.
it's a very different game. It plays like Golden Axe. Like it's got depth to it, and it's like it's
multiple kills style, or just the depth is.
The depth is like you can go 3D. There's like stages where you're riding on a horse, and it's very different from, and it's 3 screens. Like it's like Darius, where you've got like it plays like Ninja Warriors, so it's like it's definitely very rare. We want to keep adding this stuff, and like we are so locked out on space that it's like we have a backup of games. Like we picked up from our Mississippi deal when me and Jeremy went out to Mississippi. We picked up Pac-Mania. It's sitting there. It's a beautiful cabinet, ready to go. We have no place to drop it.
Just like looking around the room here.
With the original marquee, not all smashed in, which you often see them. But there's so many games. Like we've gotten requests from everybody. Like we have a Mr. Dew's Castle and Wild Ride in the back room, at your request. And it's really? Like, yeah, well, it's specifically just because you asked for that.
Run and Wild Ride are well, yeah, and then I still have yet to play Castle. I love all the.
Well, they had Wild Ride. They came together. It was in the same cabinet, so it was like you wanted more Mr. Dew. We got you more Mr. Dew. We want to really keep expanding on that. Like you mentioned, like light gun shooters, like House of the Dead 2, which is really cool. But like even now, you can go out and still find some of those out there. So like we have a bunch of stuff coming from Japan right now. Like we have the Castlevania light gun game where you're actually like it's like you're using a Wiimote where you're whipping at the screen, and it's absolutely amazing. And it's pretty durable. We have Silent Hill.
What?
Did anybody even know? Yeah.
I have seen it at round 1 actually. Round 1 has it.
Round 1 does.
Yes, I actually was there a few weeks ago, my first time, and they actually do have I did actually see a Silent Hill arcade there, and I was just like, it actually exists. And a brand new elevator action game too, on top of it.
Death Parade.
That's what it is. Yeah.
Yes, Elevator Action 3. It's a first-person.
And the thing is, you actually have actual elevators that you
open
and close.
Very cool game. Very rare.
I got to play that one. That one was really good.
Yeah, there's so many cool games out in Japan that, like we also have a Metal Gear. Metal Gear, the arcade game that has like a headset you have to wear. It's got like head tracking and just amazing stuff. And like we want to keep bringing this stuff. Like we want to keep growing and making the arcade bigger and better, and try to get everything that you guys want. Tekken 7 it's entirely possible. As long like I appreciate that there's an arcade version of that. Like Street Fighter 5 is coming out. There's no arcade version of that now. And it's like there's so many places that are doing so many things that are detrimental for the arcade scene. And like huge props to Namco for continuing to do an arcade version when everybody like there's no Mortal Kombat X, there's no Street Fighter 5. It's like we got to support these places that are actually doing it. And hopefully at some point they'll start making more arcade games again. Like there's so many arcades that are opening up now. Today, like I've had meeting after meeting. I got here at 7 o'clock this morning. I had my first meeting at 8:30 with a new arcade tech that's opening up. Who he like, they're still buying games. He's learning how to repair stuff. There's so many more places that arcade games can go into, and it would be amazing if they started doing more arcade games. Tim?
You talk about a lot about getting boards and games from Japan.
Yes.
Have you ever seen like some of the Eastern European and like Russian type of arcade games? Every now and then you see like articles online, like look at these wacky, Soviet era arcade games and boards and stuff like that. Have you ever looked into not only Japan but other countries maybe getting like rare like European type boards and stuff like that?
I haven't actually.
Okay. Well, I was just wondering. I mean,
Like
I've never seen any, so that this would be like a cool place to be like, wow, I'm playing some crazy Soviet era Russian, yeah, like there's articles about it online. You just see a lot of them are kind of like rip-offs of Japanese and American games, obviously, but it'd be kind of cool to see these, because we all know, I mean, Japanese people or the Japanese people seem to make some pretty crazy games, like Contactee and stuff like that.
Sure.
So I could only imagine these Soviet era, like Eastern European, boards and games. I mean, maybe down the road.
Down the road, for sure. Like we have Dark Presence coming up, and we have places in Japan and in Turkey that are already on our worldwide tour. So one of the most exciting parts of that for me is like to go out there and what do they have out there that we've never seen? Bringing it, and what can we bring home? Like there can very well be some really cool stuff. Like that was one of the coolest things with finding Contactee. It was it was like finding Contactee. I thought that game was really cool, and it's not my typical like a party game like that is not my typical game. But for whatever reason, I thought the theme of it was like really funny. I really got into it to the point where it was to me it was such a shame that I had never seen it, and it was a cheap board. It was $8. And that was the cool thing about getting that. And we bought 8, 9, or 10 of those boards and just sent them out to other, like we gave you one. Yeah. And it's like, how cool is it to share a game with somebody that they've never played before and share it with other arcades? We sent one to Level 257. We sent one to Game Grid. I think Game Grid put it on the floor. Level 257 said they were making a cabinet for it. But we sent them all over the place, and Josh Gatt, who's the current world record holder, for now.
No. Josh is definitely got company. If Tim's going after it, I'm going after it too.
You held it for a long time. Like that was it's an awesome game, and it's like how
very quirky.
Bad would it? It's quirky for sure. It's very good. Good. Yeah. But there's so many games that like we've missed. And it's like and I will bring up we'll make the announcement here about the prototype games. We won't. We have 5 lined up. For the 5th year anniversary, we're introducing 5 unreleased prototype games. And so far this week, what have we did Trog Prototype. and we did Freeze, which is an Atari game from '96, same era as Primal Rage. Been gone for no, that was actually released. Um, yeah, I've seen a ton of people. So, game called Freeze that we just put up, prototype game. We picked up the board from Mike Vinacore, who's a former Midway employee, game tester, worked at Just Games. He's like super in the industry. He's pretty well known. Great guy, strong supporter of us since we opened, and he was buying a pinball machine off of us, and I'm like, one of the things I always ask, it's like I don't like selling stuff. I leave that to this guy. I love doing trades. Like if somebody has, like, who knows what somebody's gonna have. Like look at how we came on to our Primal Rage 2. It's like somebody's got these super rare boards, and any opportunity that we get to talk to somebody that has this stuff, it's an opportunity that we can get it, put it on the arcade, and share it with everybody. We've been doing that for 5 years, and like prototypes have really started to get into their huge interest to me, just because of all the ties with the industry people, and you hear all these stories about them. But I digress, and we go back to the story about Freeze. Mike Vinacore sold us the board. And then I forget his first name. I think his name was Rick Dunn. Called me up one day, who's just a random customer. He'd been here like once or twice maybe. And he's like, I've got a prototype cabinet for a game called Freeze the Cat. And he's like, somebody converted it to War Final Assault. He's like, I want to donate. He's like, I don't have the game. I've been looking for the game for a long time. And we want to see. And he's like, you can have it just because it's a prototype cabinet. It should be at the arcade for everybody to see. It's like, you'll probably never find the board, but here's the cabinet. And I'm like, I've got the board. So we put it up, and it's like now 17 years later after this game came out, like people are, like anytime I'm over at the arcade since it's gone up, there's been people on it. And it's like, how cool a place that like this community has grown into what it is. It's like there's people that are just like they're donating stuff, they're giving stuff because they want everybody to enjoy it. And it's like the community's coming in, and we get people that travel in from literally all over the world. Like we've got people from Spain and Chile and Luxembourg. An MK Dan coming in from Luxembourg. All over from the U.S. It's from Canada. Like it's all over, and it's so much. Like not only are we giving them prototype games and all these rare games, it's really the community that makes this place work so well. It's just amazing that like the prototype games, again, going all over the place here today, but the prototype stuff is just so interesting for us to put on the floor. So because of all these chance things happening, we now have Freeze the Cat going on the floor today. And going back to the original thing, we have we'll give away 2 more of the prototype games that will be going on the floor. And Tim can have the mic. He was part of the playtest series of over the weekend. We had our swap meet here, and Brian Colin was here, who's the creator of stuff like Rampage, Rampage World Tour, Sarge, Arch Rivals, Pigskin, Xenophobe, like so many great games. Earlier in the week, Brian had called me up, and I talk to Brian all the time now. He's just so generous with his time and been telling us so many stories of all these great games that never came out. He came and donated artwork for Patui Louie, and you can see all that, like the artwork up on our back wall. And he was like, I've been coming here for years. He's like, it's been so amazing, and it's great hearing from all the fans and stuff. And he's like, I want to donate some games to you. And first off, he donated Rampage World Tour, which was original dedicated cabinet, which is just absolutely amazing. But then he was like, I want you to have 2 one-of-a-kind games. So he donated us International Team Laser and RC Squared, which were both prototype games. Both were canceled. If you go online and look for them, you'll find one picture of each of the cabinets, and that's it. There's like our International Team Laser has been like you can play it on MAME, but like they backed it up. RC Squared, it's a one of a kind. Like it's not on any console. Will be the only place that you can come play this game. And it is. It really is. Like we were here, like the experience that you can get at the arcade. It's like who was with us? It was Jason Crow, who came in from Texas. It was you, and Sean, and Brian Colin, all playing.
Yeah, that was kind of surreal, playing with the creator of the game, and I don't know how long it's been since he's even played the game. It was almost like it was a new game to him, and playing with, and it was funny because Doc, you said, all right, Brian, take the first game, and Brian was like, no, we've got to play together, all 4 players. It's a 4-player game, by the way, and it was really interesting though because watching him kind of break down the game and like look at it, and you could see it kind of running through his mind, like, oh, I remember when I put this in the game, I remember when I put that in the game, and then just he was showing everybody how to play, and he would even notice like not glitches well, yeah, I guess you would say, because I mean it was a test game, so there was going to be somewhat glitches in the game, but it was just that. What year was the game? It has to be the 90s, probably. 88. That's pretty good for 1988. That was kind of probably ahead of its time, I would say. But it was just so surreal just playing the game with him and everybody just, crowded around it and having him break it down. And even with, what was the other one?
International Team Laser, which eventually became Blasted. Yes.
One of the other games you've got by him. I think that one at one point in time he was just kind of picking out stuff like in the game, like, oh yeah, this is weird right here. This is weird, and it was just because it was a game that just never. I don't even think it ever was on test, was it?
No, well, it went on test.
I know RC Squared did, and Laser did too.
RC Squared might have gone out on test once. Yeah, they made a cabinet correction.
They had a risque woman on the side of it. And
yeah, that was in. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we might. Having Brian out here, he had so many great stories about the development of those games and like why they didn't come out, and it's like, where else would that ever happen?
Real quick, talking about Brian and his wife Ray, great people.
Absolutely.
I mean, just so nice. And I was kind of telling Ray, like, this is Chicago history in a way. This is Illinois history. A lot of them developers still live in the area. Some of them even just have regular day jobs, because sadly with the arcade scene, well, now it's being revived across the country, but it's great to see them get, especially through Galloping Ghost, see them get the recognition that they deserve. And I think Brian sometimes was like, people actually care about this art, or people actually care about games that never came out. And we're like, everybody's like, yeah, let's hear the stories. This is history. This is Chicago history. This is Illinois
Absolutely.
history. And real quick, and then I'm done. But I was looking through his list of games. This is at the swap meet, by the way. Everybody should come next year. It's a real good time. You never know what you'll find. But he had a poster of all the games that he's worked on before, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the game was called like Bloodbath or something like that. And I said, "What is Bloodbath? That sounds pretty awesome." You know, I mean, and he said it was a fighting game that was kind of like a comical fighting game that was supposed to like spoof Mortal Kombat and the era of games that came out, fighting games. And he just said that some of the characters were like, one was like Arnold Schwarzenegger with he was like a refrigerator, and just like
And it was
all
like Mortal Wombat and
Mor-
stuff.
Mortal Wombat
Yeah.
and just like all this stuff, and he's just like, and then it just got canceled. And I'm like, so I immediately asked him. I said, "Well, do you have any of the assets from it, or any of the artwork, or anything? Because I'm sure Doc would be all over that." And he's like, "No." He's like, "I don't even know what happened to it."
Yeah.
And it's just, but it was just so cool hearing those stories. You know,
And those stories are, there's so much. It's talking with these guys is a lot of what makes these games reappear. It's like, I don't think Brian really thought anybody would ever want to do anything with International Team Laser, RC Squared. It's like Trog, the Trog prototype. I hadn't really thought about it. Like, I had seen the ROMs for it and stuff floating out there, but never really thought about it. But talking with George Petro, it was like, wow, why can't everybody go to the arcade and play this right now? And it was like, took some research and figuring out how to get it up and running and everything. But it's like, even today, there's a conversation on Facebook on Arena, which was an old Jeff Lee game. And Jeff had invited me out to his house not too long ago, and it's like, the stuff that is on the walls is just amazing. It's marquees from games that were almost ready to come out that just never made it. And I feel in a lot of ways that because of the arcade, we are given the opportunity to see all this stuff, and it's like, we've been, as gamers, we've been deprived of so many amazing games that, just given our situation, there's still a chance to still see them. Stuff that Brian has worked on for years, he had almost done. It's like, yeah, I've got that somewhere, and it's like, well, maybe like we can make room for that. And it's just like, that's really Injustice and KI. Like, those had to, like, we have 2 unreleased prototype games, and we need spaces for them. And it's like, the arcade is so tight, like, that's what has to go. And it's something that now when somebody comes to the arcade, like right now they just updated Arcade, so we finally saw the number of how many unique games that we have here, and we're at 101 games, like, that you can only play here at this arcade. And it's like, that's amazing. And it's like, it's the collaborative effect of, like, the developers. It's the stuff that you guys ask for. Like, for sure, you.
People keep telling me I like crap or not good games. Rainbow Islands is good. It's a Bubble Bobble series game. It is. You like the Bubble Bobble?
Nightmare in the Dark. That was another game that, like, we're the only place that you can go play that, and that was bought specifically for you.
Yeah, and it's awesome. You're right. It's Snow Brothers with fire and dead things. It's cool. Yeah. Yeah. Have you run into any prototypes or played any yet that are just so bad you wouldn't put them on the floor at all, no matter how rare or unique they are?
There's one on, like, BioFreaks.
That
I
didn't say anything. I just asked if you've run into any. You said BioFreaks.
BioFreaks is not done. It's completely not done. There's a character in there that doesn't have hitboxes. So if anybody walks up to it, hits the button, and they pick Sabo, which is the most popular character. There was a video done by James Rolfe, one of his Boss Rage videos. He did it on BioFreaks on N64. They said he made that game super popular, and he made that character super popular. Unfortunately, that character is not. He's selectable, but he doesn't have any hitboxes, so you can't hit him. You can move him around, you can make him attack, but nothing hits anybody. So it's one of those. I struggled with that. Like, should this game go on the floor?
It sounds like one of those bar bets that you could make a whole lot of money off as suckers just walking in. Dude, I bet you can't beat me in one round of this game. I'll give you 10 tries, as a matter of fact.
It's one of those where when we get these super obscure games, it's like, what do we do with it? It's like it's one space for a game. That cabinet is super cool. It's a one-of-one cabinet. There was only, I believe there was 10 boards made. How many are still out there? You figure maybe 5 are still floating around. It's just, it's more of a museum piece than, hey, you're not gonna walk up to that game and be like, wow, this is my favorite game in the arcade. It's just not that. And as we get bigger and bigger, like International Team Laser, it's like there's some glitches in it, but it's a one-of-one cabinet. Like, as we're putting out stuff, like we love to give that experience. Like, we're at 475. Like, we can afford to have one or two cabinets that are not, they're there just for show. And we can do that. Like, that's we have the blend. Like, no, if it's just the balance. I think we don't have an overabundance of games that are unplayable. Like, there's very few, but there's those ones are just ones that people are supposed to be like, wow, I didn't even know that existed. So
you've run into one that's borderline, at least.
BioFreaks, I wrestled with it a lot. I was asking a lot of people. I had people. I was asking Pete. Like, Pete walked up to it. Pete made it look playable. It's.
Well, the game is so like not. The artwork's cool. Like, I forgot the character I played, but he was doing bombs, and I'm like, this guy's like Cyrax, and I'm just like flying around and dropping bombs on people. Like, it just looked like fun to troll people with, like, if you were gonna play the game, but it didn't look like I could take it seriously. But it was fun for a few games, you know. So
yeah,
I decided to put it on the floor.
It's not Primal Rage 2.
Primal Rage 2 is like 99.9% complete, I think.
And BioFreaks is
9% complete. Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
it has no attract mode.
It has no attract mode.
Right.
It doesn't even have a title screen. It has a title card.
Yeah,
with no text.
That door just opens when you have to pick your characters.
But that cabinet is cool.
It's very cool. Yeah.
We asked a lot of people. We asked you. We asked Jeremy. Should we keep it?
No comment.
I don't know.
You wanted to. You were like, it'll sell, and it's like.
I think it would sell as a collector would buy it, but would he play it?
Well, it has a following because it does have a console release. Yeah, there was a release on 64. Yeah. Probably, yeah. Yeah.
It is. The console one was
done.
finished.
Yeah.
They pulled all the programmers off. I've messaged John Vogel of when he's sending us the patch for it with the completed ROMs and
the patch
for BioFreaks. And he never responds when I ask.
Is that a troll?
That's a troll.
Yeah.
But it's one of those. When people started finding out that we had it, we had a lot of people messaging us going like, "Let me buy that off you," and it's like,
you got a pretty crazy offer for it, didn't you?
We did. There's one offer that was 4 times what we paid for it, and it's like, wow, that would. There's a huge balance. It's like, and I don't want to go into the specifics of the offers that we got on Primal Rage 2. But
Hug Duke Dang is on his way. We'll see you soon, Duke. I mean, Hug DD.
The amount of like the offer that we had on Primal Rage 2 was astonishing. Just really jaw-dropping. And it's like, wow, what could we have done with all that money? But it never really even got to that point. It was like, this game is a one-of-a-kind.
You never even considered selling it, did you?
As a businessman, it's like, that's a lot of money.
Right.
Like, a lot of money.
Yeah.
And it ran through my, like, what could we do with this? Like, we could have done most of the expansion.
With our best offer, yeah.
With the best offer, yeah.
Yeah.
But it would be like, if we had a one of two game, like, would people look at us the same way? It's like, if we were giving that up, it's like, it's not about the money. Like, it's about, we have this game, and the guy who was going to buy it, he was going to take it. He's a great guy. He's a hardcore collector. He's like, it's going to stay in my collection forever. And I was like, this is a game that was gone for 17 years, means something to the people that worked on it, like the players, like you guys.
Yeah,
how much
I love
time you love it?
Yeah,
it's like, that's your thing.
Yeah, it's something that, like, I had a new customer come up today, and I printed out my move list that I've been gathering all the moves for, and I was able to share that with him. It's something that he couldn't do anywhere else.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
and it's like that experience. Like, there's so many of those things that can happen only here at this place, and it's like, if we start selling stuff off that is like rare and obscure and one of a kind, it's like we wouldn't be the same place anymore. It's like Brian was like, oh, if you ever decide to get rid of these, I know what he's gonna say. He like, these are his prized possessions, like they're his one of a kind cabinets. And I'm like, these aren't going anywhere. It's like, I don't care how much we're offered cash wise. It's about making the stuff available for everybody. So and keeping it there. It's like, even some of these regular games, we're so selective about the stuff that we try never to pull anything off the floor. And it's because, like, so many of these games have disappeared from everybody for 20 years. Like, the arcades were gone. Where could you go even regular games that are not so, like, they're common, like Double Dragon. I couldn't go play a Double Dragon on any given day of the week. And there's people that have them in their house. They're out there, but even them, they're becoming rare.
You come here and you want to play those.
For sure,
You know,
sure.
I still like playing those with my friends too. It's as
Like-
much as I'm annoyed by the crowd sometimes. What's that?
It definitely is. It's
Yeah,
like,
it's I totally agree with what Chris is saying. It's the arcade experience. I mean, some of us here, have arcade cabinets at home. I mean, we could play stuff at home, or there are people who do MAME, or they make, compilation discs for Xbox or whatever. But there's just something about playing with a stand-up cabinet, even with 30, I'm sure Jeremy, you guys can, Seth can attest to this, 30-year-old boards that you're having to wrench on all the time, or buttons, breaking and all that type of stuff. But there's just something about it. And like I said, coming to the arcade and playing that with other people, everybody's here to play games.
Yeah.
And there's something pretty awesome about that, Yeah. It's
yeah,
right. Yeah.
That's usually no. It's even one of the main things with the floor. It's like, for me, I want to like every game on the floor. Like, I have a huge broad taste in games. Like, there's nothing that's over there that I wouldn't be into playing. And that's like, to me, like, if there's something that I'm not totally into, it's going to be much, much harder to convince me to get it on the floor. It's not, there's some stuff that I've gotten into. Like, there's been.
Oh no. Like Dance Dance Revolution.
Dance Dance Revolution is not. It's not that I. Yeah, you'll never see me on a Dance Dance Revolution.
I can't
machine.
see you like moving really fast and breaking a sweat. I don't know. I just can't see it in my mind.
You can. It's not that I don't have. I have a huge appreciation for Dance Dance Revolution in the fact that it
It's
came out
hard.
at a time where it put a lot of people back in arcades.
That's true. Yeah.
They're still out there, and it's like my problem with Dance Dance Revolution machines, aside from I wouldn't go on one, but it doesn't work here on the free play model.
Right.
Like it's a crowd. It's a very passionate crowd.
Yeah.
Those people love playing those games, and I don't think we could do it justice here.
Mm-hmm.
That's been one of my concerns with even pinball. It's like this environment, in a free play environment with pinball, we've been struggling with it. It's like keeping the machines up and running. Like on any given day, like lately, this entire summer, we haven't seen less. A slow day this summer has been still over 100 people every single day of the week. And the pinball machines that are running are being played from open to close.
Constantly. There's everyone on them. Yeah.
And we've increased the amount of times that they're getting cleaned. Like I've been cleaning them. I think Seth was cleaning them for a little while. Danielle was coming in and cleaning them every morning. And they get so much play in a 15-hour period that they need to be cleaned 7 days a week. And it's just astonishing. And it's like, I worry that we're not doing pinball up to the par that we need to be. It's like, and that's only with 9 machines. It's difficult. Like, we will always have pinball here just because, like, there's certain games I love, like Funhouse. I love playing Funhouse, and
Well, it's a huge part of Chicago. Like a lot of the companies are from here, so
they are.
Yeah.
It's like anytime I went to an arcade, I would always go into the pinball area and put some time in there. Not that's George Gomez and Larry DeMar and all those guys. He was the voice of Rudy in Funhouse.
James, would you do Dance Dance Revolution for charity? Doesn't matter. Would you do it? Heart of Gaming needs your help, James.
We
All right.
It does. Somebody in chat says it sounds like you need a separate arcade for the pinball machines. We do. We need. It needs to be like the business model is very difficult for certain games. It's
Do you
like,
think that it worked better as a separate expansion then?
It's possible. We do like we will always have pinball here on free play. Like I don't know if the pro players out there don't want to go play on a machine like ours.
Right,
Like,
because a kid that was 7 years old just beat the heck out of it, and it's not going to play right.
right. Like
Yeah.
no, doesn't these machines are like a lot of them need to be very finely tuned, and like it's so easy to get them playing wrong. Like you won't be able to make the skill shots. Like our creature from the Black Lagoon, our guy Ken, who's great at pinball repair. He came in and he'd shop the game out, and it would maybe last a day. Like if it's fixed on a Saturday, by Monday morning, it's like, wow, these were all just shopped out. And what do? It's like, yeah, why don't we give the mic to Seth?
All right.
Like it's one of those, the amount of maintenance, and it's just astonishing. Like doing the video side of stuff, like even when there were like the fewer pins, it worked better, but it's still like you can't win. And like, first off, I appreciate you being here for our.
Thank you very much.
You've been doing an awesome job keeping everything up and running. Well, me and Brandon have been so sidetracked with everything else, and you've been main on fixing everything, and you're just doing an amazing job. And
Not a lot of people realize it, but the arcade ages 2 years every day.
it,
And that, really, we have got 500 games. You know that's 500 days that every single day the games get that. You know, like if you've got one game, you can see how much maintenance you need to put in 2 years. We have to do that every day.
Ken was looking at our counters, and they had him and Greg had reset them, and they checked them like after a month, and they're like, this is a year's worth of plays. He's like, it's been a month, and that was right when we brought them over, and it, like didn't even have them all running full time. It's just astonishing. And I don't. My concern is we never want to give anything less than like the top experience. Like we have so much going on here, and we pride ourselves on stuff running. We've been getting everything in better cabinets, and there's been so many upgrades going on. And this has really been our blowout year where we've just really upped the levels of everything. And we want to keep doing that. And we don't want to have anything slacking off. And we want to hear what everybody thinks what we should do going into our new year. Like, what should we do on pinball? We've pulled a couple of machines off the floor recently. And it's just because they're down so much anyway. And it's like we don't want to have down games on the floor. We want to have something in there that we can play. But yeah, it's one of those we got to come up with a solution. And what's always made this place work is the fact that we love listening to you guys. So like, speak up. Like, let's hear what people want. Somebody's saying open another location or something separate for pinball. Yeah, like what. And I guess we can broaden it. Like, what can we do, like, going into our new business year, like, to make this place better? Who has the mic?
I have the mic, but
well, it's our 5th anniversary, so like
no,
like business wise, unless we. We want to, like, we have our plate so full with stuff, and with the regulars, like we want to make sure that we're doing exactly what you guys want too. Like, you guys have been such a critical part of making this place work, and stuff is changing. Like, we've seen, like, the regulars have gotten tied up with skee ball room.
The reason we don't have skee ball is the same reason most places don't have billiards.
But
because
Daytona. Okay, I'm looking at I have 2 Daytona cabinets coming. The original Sega Daytona. Where are they going? Like, we can. It's beyond the point of, like, there's so many new levels that are being approached. Like, there's so much stuff that's being worked on that we can't even talk about yet. There's stuff with a lot of industry people that is going to be completely mind-blowing to everyone when we announce it. And it's every week new stuff is happening. There's shows that are being filmed here. There's movies that have been filmed here. Like, theatrical movies that you'll see the Galloping Ghost Arcade in a theatrical release movie soon. And we can't talk about it yet, but that's coming. There's some huge internet celebrities that are very well known in the gaming scene that are going to be doing shows here.
Wrong guy is not one of them. No.
But yeah, like, we want to hear what can we do to make this place better? Like, we want to keep growing it. We want to make the regulars happy. We want to keep doing all the stuff that we've been doing and making the place bigger and better. within the confines of until we get the expansion, we're already packed to the gill. Like adding games is easy. Like it's up until the point of space, but we've tracked out like there's not games out there that people want that we can't find. Every like the rarest thing had video slots. That's it. Somebody on stream has said bring in video slots. We have. He does. He does. Like, how cool would that be? That's not. Brookfield has offered a, like they're like, oh, do you want video slots? And it's like, for sure, that's not what we're about. That's
It is.
yeah.
It is that you would
Like
have
that's
to be
not
as-
what. Right. We have.
How many you want?
Yeah, exactly.
We could send everyone home with a bags machine. Free bags.
There's a distributor. There was a distributor.
Yes, thank you,
that-
Rap Sheet. Those aren't video games.
So what is as far as making the place better? Like we're not getting video slots, and we're not the core of what we are. We don't want to change. Like there's some just no. There will never be alcohol here. We're not going to change that.
Well, you're losing a Capcom bowling crowd.
But what is every? Let's pass the mic around. What do people want to make the new year better? Say nothing. If there's nothing, like,
Not at this time.
not at this time.
I kind of have a suggestion.
Yes.
You brought up about the pinball. You know, obviously you're probably burning up coils and all sorts of stuff going on with them. I mean, Seth, is that the case? Like, are you guys, going through coils and?
It's everything. It's
Right. There's things.
There's stuff that's just not made and not available.
Right. Well, along.
Joystick on clacks. The rubber ring dilapidated, and I fixed it with a pinball ring.
Kind of like what he's talking about. I mean, with the advancement in like 3D printing, have you ever thought about getting your own 3D printer?
we got one. We
Oh, you
made
do?
The trigger from Alien 3: The Gun is 3D printed.
Oh, okay.
We searched out in Japan. Cannot find a trigger, so we had one of my 3D artists on Dark Presence. I gave him. We scanned in the trigger. I'm like, I need this trigger, this size. And then he modeled it out. He gave it to Brandon. Brandon printed it out, and we have 3D printed parts. Like, we are super fortunate that we have the production side of things to do stuff that other arcades don't do or can't do. Like, we do so much woodwork, and we do... Sorry. We're very on top of like 3D printing stuff and using new technology to keep this stuff running. Like it's an inevitable thing. We come up with, aside from like the having to make parts out of nothing, like the staff here is super innovative at that. And it's like we're so fortunate that we have the staff that we do. Like myself, Brandon, and Seth, we just make stuff out of nothing all the time. On many levels, like parts wise, art wise, wood wise, like there's cabinets that, like the Primal Rage 2 cabinet. Thank you, I appreciate that. There's one picture of that cabinet, and we recreated that whole cabinet from one picture that was taken 14 years ago. And the guy Chris Tang, who worked on the game, he was like, wow, that cabinet looks awesome. And it's like, that's so satisfying to us. Like when we're able to get stuff running and looking nice there's they're just the parts don't exist anymore. So it's like we always need to stay up on technology and stuff like 3D printing and finding ways to make this stuff still work. Um, everything down like we're able to burn ROMs, we're able to do everything in house. Is to keep everything running. So it's yeah, it's a again some arcades that's not what they're into. But like fortunately, like Seth today, like again, he fixed those clack sticks. Like you're not gonna get 1983 Atari like the rubber bands that go around there. They just don't exist anymore. So him having the vision to see like let's use this, and like that's amazing. And that's again, it's another element that makes his place work. So. Yeah. Right, absolutely.
I got a real quick one too about the pinball. This might be a suggestion. Maybe putting up a sign or something saying only put 1 credit on it, and it
doesn't work.
Yeah.
There's
there
a sign.
is. Oh, okay. Or drain all the balls before you walk away. Yeah, because that's yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's like we have a
maybe some sort of education. What I'm saying is like education to the customer, maybe explaining that these things. I guess I'm in a different boat because again, all of us here are gamers and we understand what these games mean and how much they're worth and how fragile they are. But the general public doesn't know that.
No.
Especially the pinball machines, because
it's with signage, and you'd think like we have machines that are off. We'll have people that actually turn machines back on.
Right.
And like, how damaging is that to be running current through something that's not running right?
Or to have a stuck coil and it's burning up, and that could be a hazard.
That's the end of it.
Yeah. Right.
Like it's got to go like the breakdown is that we all know this stuff. Like we know that, and some of it is really astonishing. We've seen video. Like I walked into the pinball room one day, and the Freddy topper was down, and Freddy was mangled underneath, and it's like, what's going on here? And went to the cameras, and somebody picked the Freddy machine, the front side of the machine, 2.5 feet off the ground and just dropped it. And it's like, wow, I'm going to go look for this guy. The astonishing thing, it's like it's happened more than once. Machines get turned on all the time. There's signs all over that say no rough play, and we've had podcasts about it, and it's just like that stuff. It doesn't reach the right people. There are any day of the week we'll have 70 brand new people that this is their first time here, and either they've never been in an arcade before, or they haven't been one in 20 years, and it's the customers don't always get this place, and they're drawn here by like I've heard a lot about it. Wow, that's a lot of games. I just saw Pixels. I just saw Wreck-It Ralph. Like whatever brings them in. And there's that. Some will come in and never be back, and that's just how it is. Like some of them, and we've had like even people that are even with pinball. Like some of the roughest people on pinball machines are pro pinball machine players, because not my machine. Like they have the machine at home where they'll put their gloves on and they'll play it super super gentle, but they want that score, and it's like end of the day somebody else has to fix it, and it's like it's interesting how it all balances out, and like you can't sit and watch every customer. Like there'll be last Saturday we had 440 people through the door. It's like that number is astonishing for just It's just a Saturday. Easy.
Easily, like I would say, at least 250 of those are new customers.
New customers, people traveling in. Some people will never be back, but it's like you can't convey everything that goes on in this place, and you can't even explain, like you can't tell every customer, hey, don't turn machines on, because it's like
Some of this should be common sense, though. If you think about it.
It should be like, and that's why you can't tell people that. Like
Yeah.
you can't go like, look. In one, they'd be there for 15 minutes if you're covering all the common sense stuff. Like, please don't drop the pinball machines. Don't rub gum into the carpet. Don't
run.
Don't run. Don't do this. Don't, like, there's so many things. It's like,
Don't mash buttons with an open hand or with
right,
a hammer fist.
Like, we've seen people just
hammer fist. Right.
They're not going to be paying attention to the rules. They're having what you want to be paying attention to.
Right. They're already out there breaking the rules. Yeah. Okay.
Obviously, your customer, everybody's going to have this kind of, but name like 2 or 3 things that you see customers do that you kind of great repeat that, like you understand they're having a good time, you want them to be welcome here, but at the same time, you're like, please, you're running out of coaching time.
I don't like when people are rough on sandwell sticks at all because I know how fragile they are, and they're expensive. So like I would prefer. I mean, Doc knows me. I would prefer to have sandwell on every single game I play, but it's not feasible. It doesn't make sense financially because they're much more expensive than hap controls. But since they're so more precise, all it takes is one whack and then the shaft is bent.
yeah.
Yeah, little kids hanging from steering wheels or yeah. I see kids hanging from the steering wheel on like on Speed Racer, literally all their weight's leaning back on it. Like one day it's just gonna pop and then they're gonna fall backwards.
And it's a long list. Like I see, like in pinball, it's hard to watch. It's hard to watch anyone play pinball because it's just like
Tim's question
the mere playing the machine is destroying it, and it's like
a car. Like you're driving it into the ground basically anytime you drive it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. And it's like we'll go in the back room and there'll be some kid just like he'll just be hitting the flipper, and it's like not even playing the game. And it's half of it is like, man, that kid's really having fun. And it's like, do I go over there and be like, hey, like, and like, yeah, it's like there's this super fine balance of.
Yeah. Tim's question was, what's the one thing that really like gets us going and like we don't really like seeing? So because he was on the mic, people don't know it on the stream.
Some of that, like. Kids are a super interesting thing because it's for me it's like I see parents come in with kids, and there's some parents they'll take their kid up, they're there to spend time with them and share their history of these machines, and it's perpetuating a classic arcade gaming.
They're there to school them at Galaga.
They're there to beat them up in Galaga, and
they
it's
lose in
like
Halo.
like it. If I hear a parent. There's sometimes like a parent will walk in with 4 kids and it's just kind of like they're like go, and it's like all right.
Right. Yeah. Well, then it's Galloping Ghost babysitting at that point, but
and that happens. It's like there's some kids that are super respectful. Like I've seen some kids where it's like they're amazing. They're actually trying to learn games, and it's awesome. When that happens, it's amazing. And there's times where, like, there'll be a field trip, and they'll bring like there's
30 kids,
30 to 40 kids, and it's like, do I stay here and get like just so wound up that these kids aren't going to have a good time? I don't want to be the cause of these kids not having a good time. Like it's going to be bad. Like, I can't tell a kid not to run 20 times.
The same kid.
Yeah. Or be, like, beaten on a machine, and then he's like, Well, you told me not to beat on that machine, and
Now
it's
I'm on
like,
this one.
all right, like,
Have you ever seen a kid walking down the street swinging on every sign and every something? They're gonna do it on the joystick.
sure,
Yeah.
sure,
They swing
like,
their whole weight on.
They touch. Yeah, some kids just touch everything they're in contact with. They just. Yeah.
sure, and it's there's a balance to it, like.
Scorpion leg takedown.
There's been there's like the fine balance of you don't want to make anybody have a bad time here. Like we ask so little, like the no gum rule. I want to spend our money on new games, making things better. I don't want to ever have to replace our stupid carpet.
Right, that'd be expensive.
And it's astonishing, even with the no gum rule. Like nobody gets past me with gum. Like I'll be halfway across.
There'll be a laser that comes out like Predator.
Yeah,
and like,
it's like that guy has gum.
Yeah.
And somebody's got to get that guy's gum. And it's like we've cleaned so much gum out of our carpet. It's amazing, even with signs up, and we are so polite about it. And there's people that are like, "Well, why can't I have gum?" It's like it's just the rule. And
yeah,
it's like,
I get people that scoff like, oh, "Really? Am I in grade school?" It's like, no, you're in an arcade.
yeah, I'm like, I can't help that.
Yeah, it's everyone.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's not even like when it ends up in the carpet and 50 people trample on it, and it just doesn't give it's not clean. It makes the place look bad, and it's like
it's dingy. It's like the bad '80s atmosphere that people think of arcades that we don't want them to think of.
right. We
Yeah.
try to present a very sharp. We want to have everything nice and clean and like we're not the museum. We're not a museum here. Like we want to have the games. We can't be a museum. Like we let people play everything. Like museum quality stuff. That's the big problem with like collectors and stuff. Like we've had
a couple of people that give us negative reviews because that's what they expect.
I wouldn't even say like we had one of the predominant restoration YouTube streams. They had some issues with our stuff, and it's like that's fine. But like collectors, we've got quite the collection of games. It's amazing. It's astonishing. But every machine is out there playing every day, and it's like those guys that are so like I wouldn't allow somebody to play like that on my machine. It's like, but what if you had to? Like, what if 440 people showed up at your door and we're like, let's go into your basement or let's go into your arcade room, and we want to play for 15 hours.
And your business depended on it.
And your business, like,
yeah.
The business is like everybody's got to be able to come in and play.
See, you kind of hit the nail on the head because I feel like sometimes, like you said, what?
Somebody figured out who we're talking about, and
oh yeah. I know who he's talking about too. But anyways, like I was saying, it's like the little nuances on each machine here. The stick or the buttons or whatever. It makes everybody on a level playing field. Some people may say, like certain people that you were alluding to, well, I don't like these sticks on this. This is off, blah, blah, blah. Well, that's how we play when we're here. Like, that's the experience, you can't please everybody. You know what I mean? Right, exactly. Exactly, and that's the sad thing because people will do reviews or whatever, and majority of them are positive, and but the negative people, they maybe came here once and they don't realize that you guys are constantly I mean, it's just ridiculous how much some of the stuff you guys are doing. Like even just such things as getting the correct bezels or whatever or
Sure.
marquees. It's like the little tiny things that they're doing.
Like
I wish people, if not to sound like a pitchman or something, but if you haven't been here in a long time, you should really come visit again and see what's really going on around here.
And myself, I'm super obsessive about this stuff. Like I've had collections my entire life. I've always been a compulsive collector. I like my stuff in back when I collected Transformers back in the day. This is how antisocial I was. I had every single commercially released Transformer ever put out. I would play on my front porch while my friends sat outside of my house so they could watch me play, but they couldn't partake. So, like, having an arcade. Sure, that's not.
Even I didn't know that. I'm his girlfriend. I didn't know that. I had no idea who are you? Who are you?
I like my stuff very
Sit
nice.
outside at dinner.
I'm super compulsive on stuff. That does not work in an arcade. Like my mentality now is like I want to share all my games with everybody. Like some of it is difficult. There'll be 40 kids that come in and it's like I'm going to leave because I'm going to ruin this kid's good time. And when I went to the arcade, maybe sometimes like I can't remember how I always played. I was a pretty quiet kid and I think I was always pretty respectful, but maybe I was rough on some sticks at some point, somewhere along the way. Maybe all of us were. But that's the learning experience that they need. And if we make the experience negative for them, then like what does that do? Does that lose us somebody in 10 years who's going to want to be coming here and keep coming here on their own? Sure. It's like a lot of these kids they're in their formidable ages. And like how easy is it to pull a kid aside and be like, if you give them something to do, be like, hey, if you get this score. Well, it was always a surprising thing with our achievement books. I remember me and Brandon, it would be Saturday night and there'd be a bunch of kids there. And kids would be totally going after achievements, like play a certain game, and they wouldn't even be understanding, like, hey, you're playing a really rare game. They wouldn't get that. It was just to get these points so they could get a free candy bar or whatever. And it's like, look, you're using this achievement book wrong. It's like, and we would come up with reasons. Go play this game and come back and tell me what you think of it. And there's so many cool ways that we can perpetuate gaming here and get kids into like different games. And it's even with the regular adult players, we do it all the time. It's like, hey, there's a tournament, there's a new game, and you got to play it. And it's like that's expanding the horizon, the what they're going to play. Like we push everybody to play stuff that they've never played before and stuff that they're not comfortable playing. And there's so much stuff like that goes on here that people overlook. And really, like the rules are to make just everything work well. Like we don't want to keep people from having fun and all that stuff, but it's like every day with the amount of people that we get here, it's a constant struggle of like you got to make sure everybody's being respectful, and that goes on to the actual players. Like we have so many people that go after world records here. How many? We looked on Arcade now. We have two. We have 221 world records. And it's like, how many little things can customers do that make it harder for our regulars that are going after scores to play?
True.
And that's all. Actually, it's 262 world records set here.
Like I said, we can all do our part.
It's also a give and take. The players, the random players that come in help
gives us the
Yeah.
games that the players can go after the world records with.
Right.
Absolutely, like
No one's got to tolerate it.
the random players far like our regulars, like the regulars, most of them are year members or lifetime members, and it's like those guys, they're not generating new income for the arcade. It is the random players that are coming in off the streets or traveling in or bringing in friends. That's what's like of the 400 players on the 440 on Saturday. I think we saw Sean. You were there. Tim was here. James was here. So there's a handful of regulars.
Mhm.
You're talking like 4 or 5, and that doesn't even go into our customer count. But like, how many of those 440 was it their first time here, and how many like Saturday? I don't even remember who was working that night, but I know what was going on Saturday.
We had the swap meet.
Oh yes, that's why I don't remember Saturday. It was
Yeah,
we were
had,
over here.
I would say at least 250 of those are new customers of that 440.
But
maybe 300.
How many of those were beaten up on machines? Like even with policing the floor, and we again like thank you to our regulars that do like be like, hey, there's some kid just wailing on a machine back here, or
Drinks on the machines. Oh, hey, just responding to something in the stream chat, PK Rocky. We'd love to run Street Fighter tournaments here. That scene is massive, and we may not be able to fit it in our tournament area, which is one of the reasons why we haven't really reached out to them yet. We'd like to at some point if we can get room, but right now our tournament area is maybe can hold 40 people at maximum capacity. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. That's a good question to ask Doc personally. Probably he's going to doing Ask Me Anything on Reddit tomorrow. It's at noon, so you might want to ask Doc that. I think James is my craziest customer. No, I'm just kidding.
Anything else in chat of?
Let's see, craziest arcade. Ghostface has had a shout out to the NRSF fighting game community.
Absolutely, shout out. We
if you live in Hoffman Estates, you have no excuse for not coming in. That's pretty close. Yeah, that's closer than I live. Hoffman Estates, 30 minutes.
We should start a registry book where people can sign
where you come from,
where they're coming from.
Well, we could do it digitally too. Like if you check in here, it just shows up.
That would be awesome.
Yeah.
Those pins would never. Yes. Dark Presence, how close are you to debuting the game? We are working on it.
Diligently.
We are. The staff has changed so much at the arcade because, and we've had a few people ask, like, where are all these new people? Where's Jeremiah? Where's Brandon? Like, where are all your regulars? All of our regular people shifted over to productions about mid-year. Brandon, Phil, Sam, Edge, Jeremiah, and Will. Did I say Phil?
Yeah.
And okay. Everybody who was the old arcade staff did shift over to productions, just because we want to get the game out this year. We've got all the characters playable. Cabinets looking sharp. The backgrounds are still rendering out.
James, where are you going?
I'll
allow it.
We want to make sure that before we debut it, that everything is polished, and we have been showing it a little bit more at the Shang Tsung's Fight Night
at the Midwest Gaming Classic. Didn't you film her there?
We had our first playable demo at MGC this year, which was again, we have so many people watching us and so much going on. We just don't want to release something that isn't polished. So many games that are coming out now on console, they need day one patches. They need patches for the first several months, and then even after the game's last patch, they're still broken. We don't want to do that. Like, we want to get back to how arcade games, when they shipped, that was it. Like, occasionally there would be a new chip upgrade that would come out and a ROM revision. We don't want to do that. We want to hone the game to its, like, this is it. Like, we have an unbelievable... It is. It's the out-of-the-box experience. It's not like...
Right, which is exactly the old original arcade model. Like, you play Pac-Man, now it's the same as when your parents played it.
When we have so many tools here, in the fact that we have one of the best tools behind us, being the Chicago fighting game community. We can make... There's no reason that the game shouldn't be just absolutely amazing. Like, Sunk and GGA Jeremiah and GGA Phil Pops are all on our fighting team that we send all over the world. They know what makes a good fighting game. And we are so fortunate to have them working with us on this game. And that's like one of our big things. Like, we don't want to release anything that's less than amazing. And it's taken us a long time. Like, we went into our filming studio in January 1st of 2005. We went into our filming studio. And we got out somewhere in 2009. And then we had a couple months of post-production, and then we opened
the arcade.
Yeah. And we took 4 years off from working on Dark Presence just so we could do this arcade. But we hope that everybody will look at the arcade, and as long as everybody feels that we've done the arcade right, we're doing the same for the game. And that's why we've been so thankful that everybody has been so patient with us. And we just want to really put out just an amazing arcade game. And it's a very large arcade game. We show it to guys like Brian Colin and Larry DeMar and Jeff Lee and Warren Davis and George Petro. And it's like every time those guys come in, they're like, can we see Dark Presence? And it's like, wow, it's like the guys that created these games that have made the arcade industry. A lot of the actors they've been very supportive. Like, a lot of the characters in the game were actors from, like, we have one actor that was from Daniel Pesina's martial arts school, and one that was from Kat's school, and one that was from Tony Marquez's school. So, like, we are those three were supposed to be in our game, and it was just too much of a time commitment to have them in our game. But the MK actors have been so supportive of us. I remember out in Iowa, when we were out in Iowa last time, Eugene Jarvis came up to me, and he's like, Doc Mac, when the hell's Dark Presence coming out?
Yeah.
And it's like,
I remember that.
like, that was awesome on so many levels, but it puts so much pressure because, like, these are the guys that created the arcade industry. He did Defender, Robotron, Smash TV, Narc. He did everything. It's like he's amazing. He's
a legend, yeah.
He's a complete legend.
Yeah.
Like all these guys are. Brian Colin, Jeff Lee. It's like astonishing the arcade history that comes through these doors. And to be working on a game and be like, we were at MGC and we showed Jeff Lee and Warren Davis. So the creator of Qbert, creator of, like, Warren has worked on, like, Mad Planets or Us versus Them and Narc and Smash TV and so many. He was like, wow.
Seth's taking off. We'll see you later, Seth.
He said, wow, I wish we had got to work on a game that looked as good as Dark Presence. It's like, wow, like, what a huge compliment. And it's like, but that sets the bar super high for us. Like, we've got this great arcade We've got all these great industry people, so the pressure is super high to put out a really cool game. So we hope we live up to it, and it's a work in progress, and we can't wait to put it out. And
So what you're saying is, it's when it's done, it'll come out.
when it's done, it's done.
Yeah.
It's like we're not rushing it.
Got to get that seal of quality.
It
Yeah.
has to.
Totally.
The
Yeah.
Ghost seal of quality is. You can look at the arcade. Like
Six Sigma of arcade games.
Yes.
We've actually
Duke Dang
surpassed
Forever.
Duke Nukem Forever in production time. We learned from their mistake. You don't rush putting out a game. But it's the launch party for that will be of epic proportions when it comes out here.
Can I go?
Oh, everyone's invited.
All right.
So yeah, we cannot wait for that. Everyone.
Well, that's the unofficial bar.
It's unofficial.
Exactly, unofficial.
Well, it's going to be this new upcoming year of the new upcoming business year, I should say, is going to be. We have so much stuff planned, and again, we just want to make it amazing, and the stuff that we already have
pose a
had
question.
lined up. What's that?
When you're done, I'm going to pose a question for everyone here.
Fire.
Okay. This is kind of just to get some more little crowd participation and the stream chat participation. I'd like to know if you could be better. Let's just say you could be great at any one type of any one video game, arcade game. I want to say, if you could be great at any arcade game, what would it be? And it's got to be something that's real and out and playable at Galloping Ghost Arcade.
Pete, you first.
I would choose Tetris. I would love to be a better I would love to be a great Tetris player. I'm awful at anything that aligns vertically, which is why I'm really weak in vertical shmups. And I mean, not nearly as good as I am in horizontals because I just don't see vertical patterns as easily, and I know it. So I'd like to be better at that, and that would help my vertical shmupping as well.
Not Life Force. I've seen you destroy Life Force.
It's only got a couple vertical stages, and whenever I die in that game, it's always on a vertical stage. It's not on the horizontal stages. All right, I'm gonna pass this to Chris here.
I'm probably gonna throw trackball game. Yeah, probably Millipede. I really like. They're which one? Bags. The beanbag one. Yeah. I probably suck at that too. I'm bad at Golden Tee. I'm bad with anything with a trackball. It's just that's I really want to work on one of those. I try. I just find ways to be bad at them. Yeah, I even tried to get good at that that one has kind of a limit though. But Crystal Castles does. Sorry.
We go with B-Rap Boys.
B-Rap Boys.
As my favorite. I can only get past the first level.
Wow. B-Rap Boys was the sequel to DJ Boy.
Oh man.
What's that?
I've seen some videos of it.
No. It's more about kicking people with roller skates on.
I say for me, and I'm gonna probably go with stuff like Asteroids for me.
Classic.
That one, I really want to get better at that one. Yeah, that.
I was gonna say,
if that.
decide between the trackball and that.
Trust me, I used to play it on the old Atari systems, and that was the one game that would cause me to throw the controller across the room.
James, we need to know. We have a question for you.
I had to go to the bathroom, sorry.
Well, we didn't need to know that.
Okay.
What we do need to know is if you could be better at any one
Dude,
game here.
let's ask Sean first.
All right, Sean, you go first.
James, you're up next. After Tim and Danielle.
I would say Ghosts and Goblins. I'm bent on getting to the end of that game and looping it. I'm close, but it's really a tough game.
Tim?
There's actually like many of them, but I'd probably have to say, and I first played it at T20 was Wacko. I mean, I watched James and like other people play it. Yeah, and it's just ridiculous, and I'm just like, wow, this is interesting. Wacko, of course, Narc. And also another game that I first played at T20 was Mad Planets. I really want to get good with that. Every time I'm here, I play it, and it's just cool. And I'm trying to figure out if there's a pattern or what the deal is. So yeah, number one would be Mad Planets probably.
Mad Planets, it's amazing. Most people don't understand one of the mechanics of that game, and it's easy to get as soon as you understand. Like most people just hold the trigger down, and the shots, like initially when you start shooting, the shots will go full screen, and if you hold the trigger down, the range gets cut back down to about a quarter. So nobody knows how to play that game, and it's like you can destroy all the meteors and stuff so much easier, and you get the massive bonuses and stuff. So there's next time you play it, try that. Just try like a pulse on the shot instead of just holding it.
What secret?
That's common knowledge for James.
Hey, you make that cabinet ambidextrous, and I'll start playing.
You're doing it wrong. I need some coaching at it. I played that cross-handed.
Does
Danielle's next.
Danielle?
What do you think I'm gonna say?
I know.
I'm looking at Chris and Doc, and Chris and Doc. I just want to kill Screen Flicky and get it over with. I love that game. I could play it forever. But I trying to, but not as of late. But I'm gonna come back and do it. So and then X Multiply. I've been actually trying to get into shmups and stuff. I really, really want to get into it, and maybe Pete can train me. I keep looking at your score. I'm like, how do you do that? You're so good. I'm just like, so, you know.
So I can play it again.
Yeah, anyways.
He must be better at Vendetta, so we can do like me.
Who am I passing the baton?
James?
Sorry.
James, what game, if you could be the master of any game here? You're not already.
That is a very. Can everyone hear me? I guess. Can everyone hear me on the message board or this whatever you want to call it? I guess they can.
Yeah, you're all good, James.
Okay. Well, I'm not so sure if I have. I mean, I don't know. I mean,
If you,
I just recently picked up Interstellar after I played Haunted Trails, but it's a very tough game, but it's a fun game too. But actually, like I said, I don't have a legit answer to that, but not to change the subject. What I would like to see in this arcade is this is gonna be tough to say. Not that tough. I mean, like back in the good old days when I was growing up, at like Haunted Trails or some other arcades. I'm sorry to bring this up. I mean, you used to watch a random person like right close to the arcade. They don't mind it at all. That happens to me too. Like you get the feeling when people were crowding on an arcade game, a video arcade, watching you do so goddamn awesome. But those days are dead. I mean, why try to give someone hints and tips? Like one game, Qbert. I'll get into it. One game, Qbert. This isn't funny. This is serious. I mean, I wish I could, but these days, I mean, like, I see so many people that don't get the use of those discs that were coily off. When I see them just jump around willy coily and all that sort of stuff, I just go, you can use a disc to jump a little snake off at the right time. And I said, oh, okay. And then there's one other game, the original Star Wars by Atari. It's like back in my day, I mean, it's like when it came out in A3, A4, actually A3, but it was big in the A3, A4, A5, and it's like anyone could blow up a Death Star back then on the simplest level. Now on the simplest level, they have so many newbies who say, "I didn't destroy this race anyway." No, I just shoot at the exhaust port roller and bam. I tell you, I mean, I ran into one guy one time, and he says he's never played the Vector version of Star Wars before. Oh, sorry, I thought it was being. I don't mean to take too long. I mean, just. I said I don't mean to be rude to some people. Say, oh man, you make me feel old, because I don't mean to say that, but I grew up on arcades, and I don't want to be. Sometimes I call myself an arcade enthusiast, but this is the only arcade I go to. How about I love it, but I mean it's just
Heart of Gaming. You go to Heart of Gaming.
Oh, Heart of Gaming. Shout out to Mark Starkey there, but I don't
Shout
think
out
he's
to
seeing
Mark.
this. Yeah, Ambassador. Yeah, I'm older, and I just turned 44, and I have to have knee
James,
surgery
instead
next
of
month.
wanting
Next week.
to be better at games, wants everyone else to be better at games.
No.
Slightly below you.
No.
He wants us to
Ball guy. All right, I'm not paying attention to that. I mean, I was. I mean, look, no one. I mean, look, there's only one person ever that could only be up to his last. Billy Mitchell.
Billy, great. He was out here not too long
He's
ago.
a great guy. I know. I mean, I'm going to meet him again, hopefully in Iowa this weekend.
I met him over at a level 6.
Yeah.
Along with the creator of Titan.
Toru Iwatani was here also. He came out here.
You're saying that Thirst isn't inaccurate, though. You don't think he's up Thirst to beat it, or Martin Bedard? You said you and Billy Mitchell.
What was that again? Sorry. That's okay. That's all good. Look,
so
no one should compare.
James. What you're saying is you want everyone else to be good at games. You don't want to be better at any particular game yourself. You just want the level of everyone to increase. You want
Like
to help
old
everyone
times.
get better.
I mean, it's not gonna be so simple. But I wish I had game counselor on
You
my
want it to
shirt.
be the old school game thing where we're coming together, we're sharing tips, right? Like.
Yeah,
I love doing that. Regulars love
voluntarily.
doing that,
That's
right,
exactly. Bingo.
Yeah, a lot of people,
Oh, I thought it was her.
they don't necessarily want tips. They don't want to beat a game when they come in here, and
I know it's not
and there's
easy.
some games they play just for fun too.
Correct. But it's for me.
Zookeeper. Have you not seen me dance into that music over there? I love that game. I'm not good at it, but I only play it once or twice a visit because I want it to be fun. I don't want it to be work. I don't want to grind on that game, There are a few that I keep just like that, and I won't try them that much because I will otherwise turn it into work. And that's masochistic and awful.
On one final note,
And still fun somehow.
Sorry. On one final note,
Tim Foley's taken off. Thanks for joining us.
yeah. On one final note, I think.
Oh, you got a final thought?
Oh boy.
I just want to say, it's your anniversary week, and hope you guys are here for like 50 years, and we're all walking around here with canes and all that type of stuff, and yeah, talking about the old days, like we already do, but I just hope that you guys are around a long time and just keep expanding and doing what you do.
Well,
That's
thank
it.
you. Thank you very much for that.
All right.
Again, everybody here, we appreciate what they've contributed to making this place what it is.
Oh no, I agree with you, James. And I was gonna say that's one of those things I think we could do is we've got to figure out some ways that we can get that going again too, or maybe do it more regularly. I know Mondays and Tuesdays, everybody's busy, everybody falls off, but I would really love to see us try to put together, especially since there's fighting 3 nights a week, at least 2 nights a week that we guarantee one of us will be streaming for a few hours, and we'll actually promote the arcade
Classics
side of it. We'll
101.
create that. Yeah. You'll be able to teach those things. You'll be able to discuss it with somebody. You'll be able to discuss it with the streaming peoples. I
don't know how you got that glitch, or I mean, I don't know how that happened.
You said there was a glitch where you maxed out the score on Forgotten World, like all night.
Oh yeah. That was crazy.
So your score was beaten, you're saying?
I don't need that glitch.
You said you had a final thought.
Well, not like Springer. Thank God. To answer your question, if there was one game that's just like camp, if there was this, you won't have this game. But I don't know if anyone heard a game called Looping.
Yeah. Do we fly the plane? You've got to loop it back and forth in a little
Yeah,
screen
it's a
area.
tough
Yeah.
as hell
It's a tough game.
game.
Yeah, it's pretty cool though, actually.
It is cool. You have a button that controls the. It is just so
It's surprisingly
hard.
addicting, and it is.
Yeah, I
Definitely
mean, I played it at several arcades, but it's just I tell you, looping is a hard game. It's probably one of the hardest games that I could ever play. Maybe the only one.
All right, we got Brian Keita here. Keita, we've been polling the room as to if you could be better or top level at any one game in the arcade, what would it be?
Oh, jeez. I could be top level at any game. I believe I've.
Like near world record, like one of the best in the world.
I've actually said this before on my player profiles. Everyone in the chat should go and check those
We
out.
should link those player profiles. Yeah.
But I've said on that player profile that if I could be top level at anything near world record or hold a world record, it'd have to be Donkey Kong.
Yeah,
That's
very
because
desirable.
Donkey Kong, everyone and their mother plays it.
Yep.
And Donkey Kong is pretty much the end all be all of if you master this game, you're pretty much world renowned.
Yeah, that is, you're instantly like propelled to like top level of classic gaming if you can achieve either like 1,000,000 points or a kill screen. I mean, it's a pretty small group, but in that classic gaming group, that's the holy grail. Like if you want to be recognized.
Yeah, either Donkey Kong and Pac-Man. If you can kill
Perfect
screen,
game it.
If you can perfect game Pac-Man, it's pretty much
That
your
one's
upper
patternable.
echelon.
I don't feel like that's I don't feel like that's
James,
hard
you out?
master as Donkey Kong with the randomness.
James.
I think Centipede's up there too.
Yeah.
I think Deuce can do that as
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Duke is he's all right. James.
I feel like it's got to be way more than just that one game, but it does get probably the most recognition.
By far.
It holds the
Holds the most weight.
holds most weight, most prestige.
Yeah. That's the other thing is, I mean, especially when we had this last tournament, Igby and stuff, when we had to play Donkey Kong 2. And on Twitch there was nothing for that, so I just would use the Donkey Kong title. With Pixels coming out, all of a sudden I'd start getting these random viewers. I never get random viewers. It's just other arcade nerds and stuff, like, and the occasional one when they see an old game that they missed. But all of a sudden they're all popping up. Wait, this isn't Donkey Kong. This isn't like the one I remember, and all this stuff. But that's the one that everybody's still interested in. We still had a ton of people watching the Kong Off 4. I mean, a ton to us is more than 100, but
Yeah, it's not esports, but
it's standard NRS crowd at least. I mean, you guys are what 200-300 most nights, I would think.
When we get people watching our Thursday night streams, there's usually 200 people watching our Mortal Kombat weekly tournaments.
I don't disagree with you. It is probably the most recognized, but I should have said an NRS game or something like that because that's where the money is, baby.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm in this. The money and the chicks. That's why I come to Galloping
That's what we're all in it for, man.
So, Doc, if you can deliver more of those next year, the money and the chicks, right? I thought that's what we were doing here for the last 5 years.
He'll give you a basket full of peeps for you.
There you go.
Like I think
that's good.
in this upcoming year, we really want to, like I would like to see, like people not just look at Donkey Kong as being the game to be the be all end all. Like there's so many amazing games out there that are incredibly hard. That Centipede, like there's so many. There's like, and the players here are doing some really incredible stuff. Like that game, like Donkey Kong's been around. King of Kong had brought so much attention to that game, but like there's so many other players and there's so many other games that are just intense as far as scoring. Like you look at it can happen. Like you saw the attention that Splatterhouse got. Like it is and it isn't. Like you've got one part that is like Sam Gates, who's our audio guy on Dark Presence, used to be on the arcade. He can finish the game on one life. He's doesn't have a huge arcade background. He doesn't even have a huge video game background. But he learned that game in a couple of weeks. And
It's one of those easy to learn, like
right, you're point leeching on one spot. and technically there's players with higher scores that you're leeching on a different spot. But like it was so surprising when that got the worldwide news that it did, and I think if things keep going and keep getting pushed forward, like there's players that like Street Fighter, there's like all these fighting games that everybody's put up great scores, and then so many classic games and so many shooters. It's like those games need to get recognized on a much higher level.
Low hanging fruit. We're running out of low hanging fruit here, even for the local scores. Believe me, it's getting tougher and tougher every day. But there are definitely some out there, and there are definitely some that if you just learn a few things, you can definitely be pretty darn good at them pretty quickly. I mean,
like even some of the world records here, like there are definitely some scores that people were proud of.
Yeah.
And then just somebody who just happened to play that game came in like
Crazy Taxi.
You know what reminds
Crazy Taxi.
that guy that
Radiant Silvergun, for example.
like Sunk had a score of what, a couple million?
Yeah, and then
Zurst came in.
Zurst came in and just finished.
He put
it
up 10
on
million.
One guy.
Yeah.
And it was like wow. It's like there are.
I think the same thing happened on Raystorm. Like everyone was putting up like 1.52 million, and this guy just comes in and demolishes everyone that we've never even seen him before.
Yeah,
I haven't even seen him
he was
again.
in from China though.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Yeah. He was from Shanghai or Tokyo or something. Yeah.
It takes a while, and even let's look at Flicky. Like what a great example being Flicky. Like the world record on TG was like
4 million.
Was
It was around 4 million.
And it's like now once you get the interest going in the game, like the score is like double that. But honestly, there's only a handful of players on it, and it's like as more players come in, like who knows what the score is going to be. It's
most of them have to devote that much time to it though.
For sure.
Most of the games that I played, it's APB for months, Flicky for months, Gore for several
sometimes,
weeks.
but like games like Radiant Silvergun, like everybody was playing it semi-casually for quite a while. But this is somebody just came in that knew that game.
Somebody can absolutely throw that at home.
For sure.
Yeah.
But he's done that on a lot of games. Like Zurst came in, and there's a lot of scores that changed hands.
Like Martin does that too. Martin
does
Bedard.
that. Like there was when he came in, there was absolutely. There's a lot of games that we have that nobody's ever experienced before, and it's like there are some. It's like wow, that score. Even Narc, for example. The score I have on Narc is like 1.5 million. Half of what the score should be. And I think the original existing score that was on TG was like 800,000 or something.
Mm-hmm.
Like 1.5 million it's an alright game.
Is that a 1cc even for you?
No.
Okay.
That's not even close. It's like I've gotten 3.5 million. When I owned the cabinet growing up, it was like back in the day.
Right.
But it was like I think the skill level here at the arcade is just amazing. Like okay, we have 262 world records, which is like you guys, all of the regulars here, like I think everybody here has world records.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like how amazing is that those scores are going to be set here. But at the same time, as we get bigger and bigger and players are traveling in, it's like
those are in
nobody
danger.
should be comfortable with their scores. It's like the guy who had Jackal for 30 some years, and he or the Pit.
Yeah, where James left. Yeah.
He
it was
probably
28 years
felt,
or something like that.
Yeah, he probably felt sure, but
if he's still alive.
right. But like he probably felt pretty comfortable that like wow, my score stood for 28 years. And I think
it's not like anybody's even gonna find one.
Well, that's the thing. It's like you put the score up, and lo and behold, not too long after, it's like we have. I think it'll be in the next upcoming years, like the numbers that we've been doing, the amount of players that have been coming, the number of regulars that we have. I think it's going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and I think while some of the scores seem like ridiculously high, it is. Like you see players come in and they're playing the game on a totally different way, and they just take the scores to a whole new level.
Yeah, they could give us.
Learned a lot from Twin Galaxy's adjudications too.
Yeah.
I'm sure that you've seen that too. There are a lot of games where you just sit there and you watch that, and you're just supposed to be reviewing, but at the same time you're just
Your jaw drops. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like when someone walks in when someone walks in that had the game in their basement and you've never seen play on that level before, it's just a sight to behold, and I think it's going to happen more and more. Which is why I think a lot of the scores here are destined to unfortunately fall, but also that's a good thing because
I think that's absolutely a good.
It's going to make us better. It's going to make the regulars better. It's going to give them something to strive for.
Well, and also it is like Norbert, you've had a ton of back and forths and scores with various people, like you and Davin Lowe on Capcom SNK, like you and Uday on Street Fighter 3, and it's like that's such a cool element, and there's the back and forth. It's amazing. Like you've been through them. Like you deserve a lot of props for the scores that you've gotten, and it's like it's unfortunate that everybody they notice Donkey Kong. Like that's so newsworthy, and they don't feel that a new world record on Capcom SNK, even though the game is very difficult and the level that you're playing at is astonishing. And it's like the gaming community as a whole needs to start taking scores just across the board entirely more seriously. And like Walter Day does some really amazing things with his card series, and he points out some great scores, but we need more of it. Like this stuff is it's important. Like you guys are spending incredible amounts of time mastering these games, and your achievements need to be recognized on a whole different and higher level, on that of Donkey Kong, on that of like even Splatterhouse. That was close to what it should be. But gaming it's such a huge part of everybody's lives. Like people are traveling all over the world, like to come play here and do stuff, and they're meeting new people, and it's like I think everybody needs to be recognized more, and I hope we can grow that even more here and get everybody recognized. Like some of like the regulars here, like you had your first kill screen. Pete, you've done like you're one CCing like every game that we have. Like Vendetta and everything. And it's like you're breaking arm champs too. Like you're killing every cat in Flicky. It's like it's amazing. It's like those achievements need to be recognized. Yeah, it's like it all needs to grow and be better and bigger and celebrated more.
I feel like universally recognized is what you're saying. Universally recognizing that the skill it takes to play one genre, it takes a different skill set, but they're all equally as impressive.
They absolutely are. It's like Donkey Kong, the recognition that Donkey Kong got. Like Billy held that score for a long, long time, but as soon as that movie came out, it keeps changing. It's like
from 2007 to 14.
Yeah.
How many people have heard of Tank Chat?
Sure, like
it's just one of those
in
he's
the
not a prominent part of the movie, though for a good chunk of that movie he has the world record.
Absolutely. Like, but it's like we have to figure out how that can be done.
We have the technology. We can record it. We can capture lots and lots of gameplay, and we can share a lot of it as much as we can. That's what it's.
Absolutely, that's a huge part of it.
Promoting the streaming and trying to get people to do that, or trying to get. I think it's great that you guys are doing that now. Cameras were a big, huge change.
The cameras are like we're trying. Like we just brought in these new, even to let the awareness on the floor. Like I've seen James. He'll get his crowds going, and he'll have people stand around, and it's like it's got to be more hype. It's got to be more hype. It's got to be more an event. It's got to be more of the spectacle, and it's got to be on every game. And
it draws some attention. And yeah, I think it helps, especially when you have somebody there too to help talk to them, or at least engage people, or something too.
We just got.
Hard to do that somewhat when you're playing, but
I think that was your idea. So Pete came up with the idea of us getting these really swank new velvet ropes. The movie sand. So they're like when you're going after a score, You can have you're gonna be roped off, so you'll have your camera set up, and it is. It's like we want it to be like you guys are doing something really special here, and we want people to know about it. And we want to like you guys had become celebrities. Like people come here and they're like Rocco. When he was here all the time, he had this. I remember it was I think it was either the very end of last year or the very start of this year. He was like he came in and he's like I'm gonna take down a Matt Rocco score, and I'm like oh do you? It was the guy that was going back and forth in Cadillacs and Dinosaurs,
Oh, okay.
and I'm like yeah, yeah. And I'm like, do you know him? And he's like, no, only from the scorecards. And he's like, his name is on everything. And it's like, I think it would be just so amazing if we can get the game, every game, to the level of Donkey Kong and take it even further to where, like it is. It's
Yeah, I gave it to him.
it's got to be just like brought up on a bigger level. Like arcade gaming, it is. It's making this huge comeback. Like we're helping right now that we just added our 14th arcade that we're helping open across the U.S. And it's like there's if what will help them is just what helped us when we were opening is having like these really great players. It's like it's Matt Rocco, it's your Matt Walters, it's the Fred DeHarts, and that's why like our gamer of the year. That's like why those people are so important, and we really love showcasing those guys and showing off what they do. Like
and hopefully those of us who aren't that good at games can help with the broadcasting at least. I mean,
well, and like everybody,
hey, we've all got our skills.
the regulars here are here do like everybody here's got world records, and you can tell by I'm gonna talk to David Hernley at the guy who owns Arcade, who like how many unique players have world records here? Because
It'd be cool if you could like list that out. If you could just click on our location and see just the players breakdown. Like if you could just see that,
Absolutely.
that'd be cool.
like I
Yeah. What about the have you guys thought about using the TVs more in the place to actually show live gameplay footage or do a little
Usually-
bit more of that, or maybe replaying things so that there's more of that?
we
Instead of the scoreboard being there, you mean?
Yeah, and or just mix it up a little bit more.
we
a
have
good idea.
been we've been trying to do that more. Like when James was streaming Forgotten Worlds, like our stream setup. We really want to make it top drawer for you guys. We're setting it up to where we can do direct stream, like no more camera over the shoulder. We want direct feed. We want direct audio. We want we actually just ordered a whole new, or we're getting a whole new capture computer, just so
It's gonna be a laptop, so we can bring it anywhere.
it'll be much
Yeah.
quicker. And we want to be able to like
Can I hug you?
Later.
we want to get it back to where we were. Like when you guys were streaming all the time, that was awesome. It was like it was right when Caitlin Oliver and the Anthony Paparo Splatterhouse stuff was going up. You guys were streaming all the time, and it was absolutely amazing. And the bad thing was the media didn't pick up on it like they should have. They recognized her one score. They didn't even when Anthony took it the next day. There was
No
no,
one knew about
story
it.
about it.
Yeah.
We can still help get the word out ourselves. I mean, mostly we're building the catalog there. Even those old streams still are something that we can play today.
We can play those on the screens, yeah.
Yeah, you've got tons of 1cc's. You've got all
Absolutely.
sorts of cool things that you could be showing all the time that I think people would like to see too, because they're sitting there playing those and they want to turn around and see the game Forgotten Worlds on there being
Mastered.
destroyed.
Well, we are working on what we're calling Ghost TV. We have ghosttv.com now.
I'm in.
We want to make a 24-hour streaming network and showcase all the stuff that you guys have done. And it's like with this year, we really want to advance on things and on a lot of levels. Like we're growing at such a rapid rate that like we can do it. And we want to have everybody, like all these great players involved, and just make it so community driven that it needs to be taken seriously on the level that it should be.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, so much of it is just we need to schedule. We need to make sure that it happens because, like you said, a lot of times we're here, we're not there, or we're not there together. Like somebody said, it's always nice to have the commentators.
Like there'll be only one person working, so like we have no one to man the mic. And but you know what else I think would be cool if we got back to player profiles. Does everyone here have a player profile? You don't have a player profile. You should have one.
Yeah,
You
need
you have one, right?
You need one. You need.
You have a
one.
player profile?
We'll get around to it.
No. We actually shot video of a play. We just they're like individual interviews. Okay.
Wear something pretty.
We
So
had
we
been.
should shoot some more of those. Those are pretty cool, and they
We do need a second wave. We need a second wave.
Oh my.
Yes, she is.
Second wave of yeah, I'm just thinking, if we, just like we have the scheduled nights and people show up for fighting, if we do the same thing and at least two of us can commit to being there on Monday or Tuesday
like
night
Monday night
for
is classics,
Yeah.
and that's all we're gonna stream, and we have it planned, and something's gonna be hooked up to the direct capture.
hopefully it produces some good stuff.
And Jeremy's taking off. We just want to thank you for coming
Yes,
out.
thank you.
Huge thank you for everything that you do for the arcade.
Next time, sir.
We'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Make sure you get something pretty next time.
Going back to Pawn Stars.
Gotta get back to Vegas.
I don't know. The stream might explode.
Apparently also going to be joining the classics. Or at least one of our wives is gonna have to come every week or something.
Well,
This is Jack.
even with the player profiles, we do want to get back on track with that. Like,
We have a lot of new regulars, so
there's
we
a
wanna
lot of
feature
new
them.
regulars. Even with, and that's something that was always a lot of fun. It was it was great hearing about.
Like where you learned to play arcade games. Like where did
Yeah.
you play when you were young?
What did you play when you were growing up?
Exactly.
Here, real quick. I had another one about the streaming thing too. That it came up earlier because of you were talking about the guys moving over to productions more, and Mike and Eddie and Haruza who have all come in, have all been really awesome because they've all been really accommodating and really eager to help out with setting up those streams and everything. And even when they're on their own, we'll help find a way. You'll have to watch the desk a little bit here and there, yell at them if they can't hear the bell. But hey, it's great that it's at a place now too that it's a little bit easier to get going.
That's what we want. We want
and I think that kind of hindered it for a little bit too when we had troubles when we would want to do it. But I've been trying to come in here and do it a lot. We created the channel just for it, just because, out of necessity at the time. But I would love to see it get used a lot. I have a lot of fun
For sure.
streaming games and talking to people on the internets and whoever else. Because, like James said, sometimes people don't want to, or they don't want to talk to you in person necessarily, especially when they're here trying to enjoy themselves. But this is a lot more casual. It's a lot easier, and you can do it from home. Yeah, people can. They can tune in from anywhere.
Are we having audio difficulties?
Should I talk? Should I speak louder?
No, you're fine.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, I think there's just a ton that we can do there. I've had a lot of fun trying to build up our streaming community too, from home as well, and try to get things going there. With a lot of us have for the different tournaments that we're doing. So yeah, I'd love to see more of it here and be able to transfer that, and bring more of our crowd with us too. Because yeah, we've been trying to reach out, like you said, and make connections all over the world, and hang out and talk to these great players and learn from them too. Mostly, playing with and against them means that you get to see their gameplay, and you
For
get
sure.
to learn and discuss it with them. And you never know. Sometimes you get to teach some of the masters things, which
For sure.
good as some of the players are here. It's amazing to see some people, like you said, like Martin Bedard and stuff, and seeing him just now take a first place in the individual part of the 186 person tournament.
Mhm.
Just and he was still on the best team and managed to score the most, which is ridiculous. Speaks volumes about the level of player we have in here sometimes and how dangerous they are. to
For sure.
the current locals.
Well, we want to get it to the point where, and I've been asking Arcade to ramp up a lot of the things like for world records. Like I think that like videos, like there should be videos, not open to everybody necessarily, but there needs to be videos of all these world records, and we want to.
We're not getting into the publicly verifiable record debate, are we? Whether or not your tactics or your something should be verified and counted as a world record, even though it's done in secret and not shown.
We were talking about.
Can we?
Yeah,
That's a whole episode. That's a whole podcast. We're not doing that one today.
We can.
We've already got enough material. Another day.
Pete, what do you want to do? Like, what do you want to do, Pete? You want to go into?
I was gonna say I got to go ahead and get back to work here soon, but I really appreciate being able to come in and talk a little bit more. I think there are a few other things that we definitely could and should be doing. I really would like to help with a lot more of the streaming and getting a lot of that going. I think we will eventually have to address somehow a facilitated or a better way to try and get feedback about games being down. I think it's happened a few times where, we've got customers posting it on Facebook or wherever else or complaining about it, like you said in reviews. We've got to find some way that somehow it works, or that the average person feels like they can get that back to you guys somehow, especially for those people that don't feel comfortable maybe talking to somebody or a
lot
kid.
of the stuff is, we know, we do our checks, and we do.
Yeah.
We love hearing, like, if something's down that we don't know about, like, we do find it. Especially with Mike, Eddie, John, like those guys, I get texts. This is down. What should I do?
Yeah.
Seth is here a ton. Like, I'm here 7 days a week. Like, a lot of times I'm over in my office, but I get here at 6 in the morning, and I go, like today, like Tetris was acting weird. It's like, knock that right out.
I don't think anybody's going to question, your work ethic or the time and energy you guys do
it's a lot
for
of
it, but it's tough, especially sometimes when you're like, well, I know I already kind of told him. Is it one of those ones where I should ask again? Well, then I feel like I'm texting Doc and I'm bugging him.
No. Like,
so,
nobody's ever bugging me. Like, there is times where it's.
Are you sure?
Sure. Like,
because I can be pretty annoying.
Well, there's the stuff of like, there's sometimes we're just waiting on stuff.
Yeah.
Like when it's like.
That's fine. Like I said,
Defender is a great example. Like, the stick in Defender was super wobbly. It's like you can't go buy a Defender stick. It's a two-way leaf switch.
Yeah.
Ball
Too many
cap.
people have tried to take left and right, I think.
Right. Like, we opened it up.
It's gonna
Seth
happen.
showed it to me, and it's like the steel had been worn away.
Yep.
And yeah, it's like people aren't handing out Defender sticks. It's like it gets put on the list. Like, it's still playable. It might not be optimal, but it's like one of those we know about it. And like, somebody tells us stuff 100 times. It's like, yeah, we know. Like, if a game's off, it's like, we know. Like, it's off for whatever reason, and it kills me when there's a machine off. Like, 9 times out of 10, it's like everybody is here. There's like that game that's off. Somebody will come up and be like, "That's the game I came to play," and it's like,
I've always told people that that's a good thing to do, is check if you want to know. I mean, but then of course somebody has to if you're coming for one thing, but
comes for one thing really.
Yeah, that's true. Well, regulars might. If we want to know,
regulars might.
I know Matt Rocco wants to see Joust 2 fixed right now. I mean, could be it. There you go. So like, I know that it was just, hey, that just happened to be out the last time he was there. It happens to all of us. It's tough, and it happens to all of these games. It's a matter of fact.
That's one of the things with the new QR code system, and it's like, it's easy to, like, we do have to spend time like looking over everything. It's like, we have our lists. The employees all communicate. We ask customers, everything playing all right? We ask them all the time. The regulars, we hope, like, you guys are playing everything. We want you to tell us if anything is wrong, because it's the reputation of the arcade. We want to, like, APB is a
And we
perfect
want to give
example.
great reviews and say nothing but great things too. And we know how hard you work on it.
Well,
But I still
APB
think it's
is
something we need to find a
perfect
way to
example.
facilitate.
It's like APB. Like I knew you wanted APB running perfect, and we worked very hard. Like Brandon
But
worked
it's also
on
a
it
hard defect to reproduce. And
for
still
sure.
is something that's going to happen sometimes, as I found for my home machine. It
For sure.
sometimes gets stuck. The pedal doesn't go all the way back.
It's the design of it.
Yeah.
It's bad design.
And
It's
mine's
like
rusty as heck, so I'm not surprised.
sure, but it's like there's the grain of like if we know about it, usually it's either the absolute best we can get it, or we're working on making it better. Like the Wyco sticks, like they don't sell them anywhere. Like
Yeah.
Wyco grommets, they're if they pop up for like on eBay or on KLOV, they're like $40 a throw. We buy
yeah.
all of them that we can. And like nobody wants the sticks being sloppy and stuff in a game like
want one of
Simpsons.
those.
Sure. Like you're
If that means I get a couple of them, then maybe.
like it does take time to get stuff shipped in, and some of the stuff like Seth was saying earlier, it's like they just don't make it. It's like our Arm Champs. It's a really cool game, but in it being played, like the game used to hurt people.
Oh yeah.
But it's down to the point where like it's beatable now. It's not running
'cause
right
the gears
anymore.
are grinding and just
Yeah,
wearing down.
it's just been stretched out and loosened up, been bent, and it's like people using two
Oh, yeah.
hands. It's like
I've seen people throwing their full body weight at that thing like a
sure,
linebacker.
Sorry.
Nailed it. Yep.
but it's one of those. There, like,
That's a never-ending battle. I mean, there's just no winning it, and that's totally fine. It's just.
but that's
yeah.
true with almost everything. Like if it's micro switches, we swap micro switches all the time. Like
We went through a bag of 200 in the last 3 weeks, probably. I would say.
yeah,
Yeah.
Just like having the suggestion box that nobody uses and nobody reads. It's there just
This-
to make the people feel like
no,
they
like
have,
the
Well, what you're are, is
Even
what
if you throw out everything in there, the fact that it's there will make some people happier, probably. They
But-
feel like they had a chance to say yes, it was down.
there's like there's some stuff like it's like Battlezone. Like we'll put brand new bellows on that thing, and it plays super tight when you put new bellows on there. And there's like maybe a week window before it goes from like wow this is too tight to then there's the week of
It's
man
perfect.
this plays perfect, and
Yep.
then it's like wow these are sloppy
Super loose.
and way too loose, and it's one of those like I couldn't even get more of those if I wanted right now. Like they just don't make them, and like we're coming up with just the most ridiculous stuff to make this stuff work. And it's like if it's off, we know it's off. If it's not work, like tell us. Like we're like we love hearing about it. Like if we know about it and we're like, yeah, I've heard that. It's not like
heard that.
like we care so much about these games. Like it's been Seth we have here. He's our first tech. He's not doesn't work.
He
with
doesn't do productions.
customers. He's not on productions. He does nothing but repair stuff.
It seems that your monitors are being repaired faster than before. They look a lot better.
Yeah.
Is that something that was streamlined?
We're fortunate enough we just came into 36 25-inch monitors and 9 19-inch monitors, and it's like we don't want stuff below our standards. Like it doesn't take long to adjust monitors, and monitors change a lot. Like a lot of people don't know this. They think you just set it and it's good to go. But as they warm up, sometimes they're blurry when they get warm. So you have to go behind it and adjust the focus and fine tune it. And it's like we had our Super Street Fighter Grandmaster Challenge monitor was probably one of the best monitors I've ever seen when we got it back from being fixed. And it's the same thing. It's like they don't last forever. Like after a month of running for 15 hours a day, the monitor is not going to look the same as it did earlier.
Right.
So we can go in and we can adjust it a little bit here and there, but it does. There's a lot of monitors in the place, and it's like there's the constant like for 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 Seth, like he's been doing that nonstop, and it's much easier. It is much easier since he's been over here. Like Brandon always had so much of like on the arcade. He was doing all the artwork. He was setting up the streams. Like he was doing all the stuff that was falling off of my plate fell onto Brandon, and now so his tech work got less and less. My tech work got less and less. Like I'm getting here, I work on pretty much the new cabinets. Like anything new, I go through it, and then it goes up. Like the stuff that's down, it's like we have Eddie and John and Mike testing stuff all the time, and they've even stepped up on getting very basic stuff like switches. Like the whole reason this arcade exists is because the business model was written when I couldn't go play Mortal Kombat 2 in Chicago. I couldn't find a playable Mortal Kombat 2. And it was like,
wow.
Did
Yeah,
they?
they actually started trying to get some. Are we talking about buttons wouldn't work, the joystick was sloppy? Is that what you
Yes.
mean by playable? Okay.
I found when Arcade was just starting, I thought Arcade was amazing, and it was like I started. I'm like, I want to see what places have what arcade games. So I had me and my production guys. This was. See you, Chris. Thank you. This was like 4 years before the arcade opened. We would drive around and we would go into like a laundromat. We saw an arcade in the window. We're like, we're gonna stop here and we're gonna see what's in here. We helped arcade. We put in 80 locations in Chicago: bars, laundromats, pool halls, movie theaters, any place we could find. And it was like, for me, it was like, hey, I want my production guys to go play Mortal Kombat out in the wild. And this was when we started our initiative called Support Your Local Arcade. And we're like, wow, there's all these arcades. There's a lot of places that still do have arcades. We would go in and it's like, hey, it's Mortal Kombat, let's play a game. I'm not gonna pass a Mortal Kombat game up and not play it. It was like in this one that I remember, at a arcade that's still around. It's an actual arcade. They're down, they're left, and both their punch buttons didn't work, and block was sticky. And it
And they wonder why the arcade machine doesn't get any play.
That's true. That's when we did the Support Your Local Arcade, we started offering where I went up to I'm like, is the owner here? I'm like, let me fix all of your machines for nothing. And he's like, no. And he's like, we have a tech that does all that, or our operator fixes all that stuff. And I'm like, look, like I would be here all the time. You have some great games, but I can't play them. And he's like, we don't. They just don't care. And it's like that was really the
catalyst.
The catalyst of like this can't be like this. This will be the end of the arcade scene. And it was like when I was writing the business model, it's like we need to focus on machine repair, and that has to be one of the top priorities. And like we got to have a lot of games. It was always the goal to have a lot of games, but it was like everything has to be playing well. And it's not. It's difficult. It's super difficult with 475 games. It's like you can Chris, private collector. He has 2 games now. One of them doesn't work right. on,
And the other is Tubin.
and the other is Tubin, and that actually has an issue too. So it's like, and that's a private collector. That's not having 440 people come and play your machine. That's you playing your baby right there, and his two don't work 100%. And it's like, imagine if you had 475, like even some of these arcades, it's like Underground Retrocade, like great arcade, ton of games. It's like they have so much they have to fix in every single day. And like if something isn't working, it's like just tell them, and they'll fix it. They'll have it taken care of. It's like it's
It's in his interest to fix it. Like he wants you to come back. Like that's the way we are too. Like it's in our best interest to get what you want playing the way you want it to be played, because then you'll come back. I don't think a lot of people are, I think, are afraid to say something, but you really shouldn't be. It could be, my goatee that is very scary, but
Yeah, especially if it's a game that you really, really want to play too.
Yeah.
You should raise your voice and say, this game is having some issues or it's down. When is it coming back up? Can you take a look at it and whatnot? I'd really like to play it.
yeah, there's some things that are straight up personal preference. That okay, so you prefer Sanwa on your Street Fighter Third Strike. Sorry, it's not going to happen here. That I can understand. You might want to play that because you played the Saturn or you played the Dreamcast one on the Sanwa sticks, or you're used to it that way. That's kind of a personal preference thing. But the things that are like not personal preference, the things that are like straight up it's not working, we really, really would not like to hear them, and you really can't tell us enough. Like, hey, did you forget about this? That's not a rude thing to do.
no, absolutely not. Like we're happy to communicate and explain stuff. It's like if there's anything that we can make better, we want it. It's 100% simple. Like it's important. It's part of the initial reason that this arcade is here. And again, like some of the personal preference stuff, like like Pete said, like it's not gonna happen. Like you like a super tight stick on Robotron. Sorry, it's like maybe if we ever have to swap the stick, it'll be like that for a little bit, and then it'll be back loose. But it plays well, and there's players that are able to set world records on virtually half the machines here. But we love hearing the communications. Like it's so much better to tell us in person than to post on our walls. Like that's one of the things that it's like somebody posted that MK2 one of the buttons didn't work. And it was like somebody had hit the one button so hard that it popped the micro switch out. And it was like we could have fixed it in 2 seconds. It's and any one of the people here could have fixed it. It didn't need me or Brandon or Seth to do it. It just needed anyone. Yeah. And for the rest of the night, they went home. They posted on Facebook or whatever, hey, or I think they tweeted it. They're like, hey, go fix your MK2. And it was like, wow, that was down all night. And how many people played that and think that we have an MK2 machine that doesn't work? And that one really bothered me. Like, that stuff kills me. Like, that stuff drives me crazy. Like, I'm here, like, so late and so early because I want that stuff to work. It's imperative. Like, we brought Seth in just for the exact same reason. It's like, this stuff, we have to always make a solid presentation. Like, stuff like when you were going for Street Fighter, like, you would be like, these switches aren't right. And it's like, well, let's change them. And it's like, that's how it has to be. It's like, you can't play at your top performance if that's not like the switches aren't right.
Right, like if sometimes you have like a misfiring, or like for some reason you'll have it work like maybe one round, but when like say another round for some reason the button will die out.
Yeah.
So that's pretty much it.
It is. It's super important to us. But that's part of the arcade. The downside to an arcade. It's like the more stuff is getting played and the more stuff is getting loved, and the more people that you're like, hey, go check out this game, and they go and actually play it, and if they're breaking the machine with every button press, and it's like It's the arcades, and there's a handful of them. There's some they're not going to care. Like all these new arcades, and there's a bunch. There's like the guys, again, Underground Retrocade. That guy cares about his machines. The guy in Indianapolis, like, there's a lot of them. Like they're starting to care again, and that's why the arcades are starting to come back. It's like you have these people that aren't complacent anymore, and it's something new for them, and it's like they're passionate about it, and it's honestly it's a derivative of you people coming out. It's like we want to see you get those scores. We want to see you do incredible stuff on games that people have never seen before, and we want you to have fun. And it's so imperative that everything plays right. And like, well, we've honestly, like, there's been times where there is so much going on behind the scenes here. But even though there's been times where we've had a lot, not a lot, but we've had a chunk of games down. And but even when it was just me, I probably got up to 250 games that I was maintaining just me by myself. I think me and Brandon got it up to 400 and well over 400 because that was Creature was at 400. And now that it's Seth, it's like me and Brandon will always be here to make sure, like, if it's getting out of hand, we'll jump on the floor and make sure everything's solid. Like, Seth is awesome. He's unbelievable at making sure. So like again, there may have been times where stuff was down, but we're so ready part-wise now. Like we've grown to where we do. Like we had to get storage for all of our extra monitors. We have 50 extra monitors now, and it's like for 25-inch. And like I hadn't been to our storage in a bit, and it's like this massive warehouse of monitors, and it's like that's awesome. And that's games like Joust 2. Like it was down one day. There was a board issue. We finally got the board issue fixed. Got the new and then the monitor went down. Matt Rocco came in. He's like, "Why is Joust 2 down?" And it's like, give us a little bit, and it was up near instantly with a brand new monitor. And it's just been the growing pains of getting up to where we're at, having so much going on behind the scenes, and having like for everything, like you go on our Facebook and you'll see, look at this week especially, it's like there's how many posts going on about ridiculous stuff like Developers Day and Wizard World, and we just got done with a swap meet, and it's been just like a flood of stuff happening every single day. And that's what you guys are seeing, let alone all the stuff that we have coming up. And there's just so much stuff. Like the stuff that we're buying behind the scenes and importing and ordering parts, and it's just there's a lot to it that nobody sees, but we'll always and 100% will stay committed to making sure that everything plays right and works well, and it's literally it's what means the world to us, and it's what is taking that step. You can see the good arcades from the bad, and again, like Game Grid, like that guy out there, Adam Pratt, out in Utah, like he posts all the time, like this is fixed, and it's like it's awesome. It's awesome.
Very jealous of his Darius Burst machine.
I felt I was too. But that was one of the big things. Like Adam's a great guy. He has a great website called the Arcade Experience is his book, and actually mentioned us in there, which was really cool. But we are he runs the website called Arcade Heroes, and a great arcade website that they talk when new games are coming out, new arcades are opening up. So like definitely really cool, and he cares about this stuff. And you talk to some of these arcade owners, and the more passionate that they are about their machines being protected, like we talked earlier about people playing rough on machines, like people get angry when you're like, hey, don't break our stuff because you're gonna ruin it for everybody else. And I like people get upset at that, and it's like, no. You have to understand. It's like, well, we want you to have fun. There's tons of other people here that are coming from all over, and if you mess up a machine, even our regulars, like there's regulars that get super into a game and they'll hit something, and it's like he's not there. But it's like that happens, and it is passion. It happens, but it's like at the same time, like we can't like, and it's so easy. It's like it's so easy to get into it, but at the same time, it's like you have to like
realize where you are. It's not your machine, and like I said, you'll ruin for
it
everyone.
is your machine, in a sense. It's the community, and like as a business, like we can't really like we are also a business. It's like that's our stuff, but it's your good time. Like you've paid to be here, and it's your good time, and we want you to have that good time, but not at the expense of his good time. Like there are times where I will leave the arcade. Yeah, don't. But it is like you can tell the new arcade owners that are passionate about stuff. It is really because they want everybody to enjoy it. And arcade repairs are they can be expensive, some of them. And it's like if you like arcades can go out of business, or they can fix stuff to the point where one of the main things talking to a lot of these old arcade operators, it's like I've had to fix that 50 times in the last 2 months. Just don't care anymore. I promise you we will never get to that point. Like we will always fix everything. But it's like it does take some of the stuff does take time.
When you add one more onto the pile, that's really shouldn't be on the pile. Yeah, it takes away time from fixing all the other games.
It does. It's like we have to. It's part of the business model to keep adding more and more games, and that will inevitably make the job harder and harder and harder. But that's the business of it. Like we will fix it all, and the the Doc method of leaving. It helps. It helps. There's times where it's just like I'll deal with this later. There has been times where I've seen Teeter walking around the arcade. I've been in the arcade in between the aisles. I'm like, I could grab this guy and he'd just be gone. He'd be way down in the back in the aisles. Nobody would know. I don't know where he went. But we don't do that. So we just leave. I leave. Watch those aisles, folks. Pete, we need to lighten this up.
All right. What do you do? Oh yeah. Well, the only as long as kids aren't back there, like that's when I just want to. I don't know. I'm gonna make this dark again. I feel. All right.
Didn't you say that you went into a cabinet somewhere and came out?
The front?
No, this is at a warehouse.
No. Just to scare someone?
If you're just joining our podcast right now,
it was in a documentary. Yes.
Oh, he went inside that cabinet and said, "Look at the board for me."
Yeah.
And popped out and scared someone.
Yeah, it was inside a Polybius. It was inside a shell of a Polybius cabinet.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. So let's change gears a little bit here. Yeah, we're getting a little. So I think when Chris, before he left, he was like, "Can there be a system in place for those of us that don't want to say anything while we're here to voice our concerns. And I think that eventually we might get down to that, but for now, the only way to really get something done, right, and get it done quickly, is to tell us right then and there. At some point, when the QR system is in place, we might have a way for you to hey, scan the game you're on, and
we
you can leave
add
comments
that in the QR code thing. There is a spot for notes. We are going to be issuing adminships for definitely our regulars. They'll be able to see the notes. We want everybody to really see what goes into making the arcade work. So we're going to actually start recording all of our repairs and stuff. So you guys there'll be a log where me, Brandon, and Seth can say, hey, we just did this on this machine today.
So it'll have a whole history.
It'll have a complete history.
Nice. You have to leave a drop of your blood to certify it.
Yes. Pete, too dark. Too dark. It's one of those where we do appreciate, again, as you're saying, we love to hear what's wrong with the cabinets. Sometimes we know about it, and sometimes, honestly, it can be it's harder to hear that stuff online.
It's very hard to hear it.
I feel bad that if you wanted to play a game and it wasn't playing right, it's man,
and everyone else that walked up to that machine after you,
absolutely,
we didn't know about it, so we couldn't do anything about it. That's what really hurts. That's the stinger.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
But
even message us privately, just online. It's so public.
Yeah.
And it's it's usually
it gets lost in the shuffle of everything. If you just put it on especially our fan page, people leave stuff there all the time, and it's no one there's no real interaction there.
Yeah.
So I mean, you can try the productions page, but I would message us individually.
Absolutely.
That's a better way to do it.
We are very accessible.
Totally.
So.
Is there anything else you wanted to cover, or? All right.
It's
I don't know.
I don't think so. I think we had
the third year anniversary podcast was 4 hours long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was.
Duke said he was going to be here. I wonder where he's at.
Duke is next door. He's on golf.
Why is he not here?
Why is he not here?
Here,
all right,
here,
we will stay on long enough at least to have a shout out from Duke.
we have to hear from him. He's a riot. Suplex him.
Sean, there's no violence towards the people that play here.
A winner is you.
Please tell people about the hand sanitizer stations.
Yeah, they're there. Please use them. Especially if you sweat a lot. Does anyone in the Twitch chat have any questions for for me or Doc? Anything that we can answer? Or Brian Kita.
Or Danielle. They're just going to ask her to move up front again. I'll tell you later. As we're waiting for
there's a 20-second delay or so
to catch up, we're what else do we have going on? We have this Saturday.
Oh, let's talk about Norfolk. I like that.
Anniversary podcast of what? Of the arcade. This is the 5th year. Actually, tomorrow. Wow, is it really 11 o'clock?
We've been online for 3 hours.
Yeah, we opened the arcade on
3 hours
August 13th, 2010. And we didn't open up at about 11:40. Maybe a little bit earlier than that.
Time.
I remember when we opened, there was a massive crowd outside.
Did you record it? That would be cool to see.
There is video. Yes. I remember I saw some guy wearing a non-official Galloping Ghost shirt.
He made it himself?
He made it himself.
That's
he had
awesome.
it screen printed, and it said, "Happiness is the Galloping Ghost Arcade." And it was no, it was
Was it Matt Rocco?
No,
Okay.
no, it was some random customer, and I no, it was like seeing that, like I'm the logo and stuff goes back a long way with me. So seeing somebody like already getting it, it was like this is going to be really awesome. And I remember when we opened that door and that crowd of people came in, I was pretty confident that the arcade would do well. But you never know with a business. And yes.
I always thought the name Galloping Ghost had something to do with the ghosts in Pac-Man. Where does it come from? Where
With
did
the
it
Ghosts in Pac-Man. No. Actually, the
Eh.
Duke Dang. Wow.
Say hi,
sporting
Duke.
the cow tipping shirt. Brian Colin's
hi, Duke.
cow tipping shirt.
Good evening, fellow game friends and allies of the gaming community. This is Duke Dang. This is really neat because this is the first time, this is the first ever podcast that's been, televised so that we can actually see everyone. In the past, I made a point because, you haven't memorized all our voices. You're not going to know who's talking. I don't recognize all these names, but Robert Felstein, welcome. I don't know who Ghosty Devil is. Hey, Pete Gore's on here. How's it going? Yeah, mad props to Robert Felstein. He's a genius, I understand, at game preservations. And, people give him this. There's Captain Jive Pants, Chris Teeter. That's awesome. So many icons on there and stuff. I apologize because I interrupted what may have been discussed here. So what's what were you just talking about, Pete and Doc, when I just came in?
Yes. The
Tell us more, Sean.
I think I already asked my question.
So the Galloping Ghost, it originated. Concept for it actually, I saw something similar in probably 1992 when my brother was transcribing a World War II book about World War II planes, and he had found like this weird looking ghost thing, and they called the planes that would disappear Galloping Ghosts. And there's several other things. There's like a plane that they didn't know what happened to it. It's just like it just kind of like disappeared in war, and they don't know. Yeah, it's just MIA. They would call those Galloping Ghosts sometimes. There was also a Galloping Ghost Squadron, and I just thought the logo was amazing, and ended up in '94. I was talking with a guy from Razorsoft about game design. I used to constantly call just everyone at any place that
Konami.
I called Konami quite a bit. I was even at a young age. I knew Emil Heidkamp, who was the vice president of Konami at the time. I would call him up and harass him. I would ask him if he knew anything on Castlevania that I didn't know, and I would send him I would try to get flyers and stuff and any gamer tips and any memorabilia that they would have. We actually just brought up my old Sega Genesis collection, my archives. Not the game. I used to have every commercially released Sega Genesis, Sega CD, and 32X game out there. So it was like 700 games, and the stuff that I collected is just massive. Like I knew a lot of the programmers and stuff, and so I was on the phone one day with this guy from Razorsoft, and we were talking about game design and game development. I really wanted to get into the industry making games. And he was like, you should just go do it on your own. And he actually thought I already was, just because I was like, oh, I was talking about game called Death Duel with him, and yeah, you're like this cyborg blowing up all this like dragons and stuff, and he was like, "Do you work anywhere? You should have your own development company if you don't already." And I had just I had redrawn the Ghost a bunch of times and changed it up and just made it different. And I was like, yeah, I'd call my company Galloping Ghost Productions. And this was in '94, and that was literally the start of the production company because it really got me motivated, and I started writing stories and stuff and getting into game design and game development at that point, and forming the backbone of what would become Dark Presence. But yeah, the logo originally when we were opening this place, um, when I opened, I had a business partner, and it was going to be something completely different, and the whole atmosphere of the arcade was going to be completely different. And we, how long did I buy him out? It was going on 2. It was New Year's of 20. Yes, the buyout happened New Year's of 2013, and that was another huge shifting point. But staying on topic with the Ghost, it was like, yeah, that's been my logo since '94, and fortunately, when we opened, it became the Galloping Ghost Arcade, and we've had people try to make parodies between it being like the arcades being dead and this being the revival and resurgence like a ghost of the arcade history. And well, that sounds nice. That wasn't it, but I do like that comparison. So
One earlier it said what were the crazy. There's one the craziest customers somebody asked.
yeah, people. Am I supposed to do that tomorrow on Reddit?
It don't matter.
Craziest customer. There's craziest customers. Pete, do you have a craziest customer?
No, I don't know.
Can I nominate myself too?
There's every day there's like one guy I pick. I pick a guy every day. I'm like, who's it gonna be today? Like when he comes in, like I know it's him. Like
depend. Like for me,
no, most of the time it's not you.
as far as customers coming in, I don't remember. As far as crazy, I can't remember. Like, it's not so much craziest. I remember one of the most impactful customers that has ever came in. This guy came in, and you can tell a new customer here that just kind of walks in, and they just kind of were driving by, and we're like, they stop,
this?
they see the sign, and they're like, "What do you mean? There's an arcade here?" They have
That's like seeing some dinosaur bones on the ground. Yeah.
yeah, like usually the mouth is open, the head is turning. Like, what the hell is going on here? This guy. Well, we see that pretty often. Like, we see the customer. This customer. This customer came in, and he was walking up and down the aisle. He came in, and I was working by myself this morning.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Are you an actual arcade?" And I'm like, "Yeah, we are we're classic arcade. Everything is here. Like, play it all." Told him how it all worked. He's walking up and down the aisles. He's like, "Man," he's like, "I haven't seen this stuff in like 20 years." He's like, "Are you guys are able to make money doing this and stay open?" He's like, "Can I just take a look around?" And I'm like, "Absolutely. Like, of course.
Yeah.
Like, go look." And he's walking around, and he's touching the machines, and he's like, "Wow." And he he got up where Zookeeper is now, and he looked down the aisle and he saw NBA Jam, and it just was like, and I'm watching him, and it was like a switch got thrown in him. He started crying, and I'm like, I go over, I'm like, you all right, man? Like, everything okay? And he's like, yeah. He's like, it's just really hit me. He's like, it's like me and my brother used to play NBA Jam all the time, and he's like, we lived NBA Jam. It was like every day we'd go play it. And he's like, my brother passed away, but it just brought up all those memories.
Yeah.
And it was like, like that one, that customer, like, it's like, that's so awesome. It's like it's so much more. This place brings up so many emotions and so much like good vibes from it, and it's like so much nostalgia, and it's like when you're talking about crazy customers, it's like, yeah, there's been some weird stuff that's gone on here. But like the stuff that really sticks in my mind is the stuff like that.
Mhm.
Or I'll see like James coming from Spain, or MK Dan, like
From Luxembourg.
or
The guy from Chile.
Yeah. McFly.
Like those guys, like
They don't have that. They have nothing like that.
they have nothing like this, and it's like it's like I can't see that stuff enough. I see, like, I kind of pass that stuff along, like having the ties to guys like Brian Colin and Jeff Lee and George Petro. It's like I see people enjoying their games every single day, and it's like that's one of those other things that it's like it's so amazing for me. Like I'll see families, I'll see a mom and her two kids
On Rampage? Yeah.
and it's like, to me, I want to call Brian up and be like,
Look.
look at this.
Yeah.
Like, this is how many years later? This is 30 years later, and it's still going on. The game that you created 30 years later is still like making families get together and have fun together, and having friends get together. Like how many groups of 4 people have we seen on Turtles and play it to the end?
Turtles or X-Men or
X-Men, Simpsons.
Yeah.
Yeah, I pointed that out that he had his Brian Colin cow tipping shirt on. It's an impactful place, and it's like it's been amazing having it come up to what it is. Like when we open, it really doesn't. It's like and even amongst the regulars, like we work really hard to, like, you guys, there's some stuff that I don't want, even myself, like I don't want to ever take this place for granted. It's like this place is totally special in the fact that everybody that comes through the door, especially now, it's like you're getting on insane levels.
Like this, like the last, like since May or June, I don't think we've had any day where less than 100 people came in.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's crazy.
And that
Most
is
of them are new
crazy.
customers.
But it's like they're going to an arcade, but they're watching the videos and stuff.
Yeah.
Like they're researching it. Like there's so many kids. There's
I saw Max Million's video.
Max Millions. That was
Yeah.
huge for us.
Yeah.
Even like Nate.
Yeah.
Nate from Minnesota.
Yeah.
Who he's working on his own arcade cabinet and stuff. Like, yeah. Like it's inspirational. It's like to see, like, every element of this arcade is just like, it's unbelievable. And being in our 5th year, like, to me every day it's like, wow, like how amazing to have like people travel to this place and enjoy it and get it and strive to make it better. Like so many communities don't work, they just don't work with one another. And like this place just, like, you never see people coming in and there's never issues here. And
Like hoodlum issues, or what are you talking about?
just anything. It's like people, like to have any new business like open up and just run like this place has run. It's like it's been easy. It's like it's a ton of work. Like 100-hour work weeks all the time. Like it's 7 days a week. There's no weeks off. There's none of that happens. That's not. It's like the police have never even like it's never even been close. That is.
They
It's
come to play,
amazing.
and that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like it's such a positive place, and to it going into the fifth year, to me, it's like every day I'm so grateful for what. And it's not just me. It's not just the staff. It's like all of us have created this place. It's like the people that travel in. It's like that's all things that filter into what make this place absolutely amazing. All the regulars, like Kita, like you guys have been such huge supporters of us. Like you guys push our fundraiser, you do all this stuff for us. It's absolutely amazing. Guys uh like our gamers of the year, like we Matt Rocco,
They're
James
huge
White,
advocates for this place.
Matt Walters, Fred DeHart. Like those guys are absolutely huge. Like they are ambassadors. Like James going out to other arcades.
Heart of Gaming. He was
Heart
an
of Gaming.
international superstar, James White.
Yeah. He's so passionate about it. Like his whole family is behind him in doing that. His father is totally behind him in that and stuff, and that's like so cool to see. It's like with every world record, it's like it's just such an amazing thing. And like it keeps getting bigger, and it's like it seems super surreal to me. It's like how can like how am I not the most lucky guy in the world to have this place that like people thank me for this place every day, and it's like no, like thank everyone else. It's like well, it's
At this arcade?
yeah. Let's go, Pete.
All right.
First time.
First time I ever came in, Uday Kumar brought me actually.
Yes.
He's like, you got to check this place out. They have everything we ever played growing up, and you're gonna like it. And he was right.
What was the first game you played here?
Might have been Hyper Fighting. It was probably a Street Fighter game. Either that. Yeah, I was thinking it was Hyper Fighting. I'm almost positive it was.
What was your first world record?
Might have been Contra. No.
Wow.
Whizzing him.
I don't know.
That's And now how many world records do you have?
21, 22? Something like that.
Crazy.
All right.
Round the horn. All right. I've.
Are you my statistician?
No. Okay. My first time at the arcade was September 2012. It was after a video where Keith Apcary came and did his thing here. Yes, he did his thing at the arcade. One of my friends said, "Hey, there's this arcade out in Brookfield. Would you like to go?" Said, "Sure, why not?" And was very impressed by the game selection. Took a big liking to pole position out here, and just kept coming back. It's solidified in December of that year because that was when you brought Metal Black out. And that's when I started going back and forth with the Metal Black record.
That was a very pivotal part in this arcade. I bring that up to with all these places that we're helping open arcades. That experience is very important to how this place progressed.
That's a tale you tell everyone. Is like if you want to try and bring more people into an arcade.
As far as scoring goes, like that was such a key element of us figuring stuff out in how to engage people, and it was just very pivotal. There's a lot of by you becoming a regular here, we were able to become better and help other arcades get better quick. Just by like you and George and Nick coming in.
You were able to tweak the model to figure out what would be better for the advancement of the arcade.
Absolutely. It was like we are constantly learning how to do things better. Like we are constantly watching everything and taking notes and be like, oh, this could have been better if we did this. Um, like we really want to always constantly improve stuff and make it to where um, everybody's having a great time all the time. And it is. It's a lot of data collecting. It's a lot of watching how everybody is playing, like their frustrations, like stuff in the tournaments. Like there's stuff in tournaments that we throw out there that we know is going to just train wreck some of you guys. And it's like Primal Rage in the T20. I know we got a lot of we got a lot of flack for Primal Rage 2, but in our T20 tournament. But there's a lot of information that we need that we can't just ask you guys for. We have to watch the natural reactions of it. How you guys react. Glenn Danzig borrowed Gorgar and Satan's Hollow. All we asked for was some autographs from him, and he wouldn't give them. Whatever.
Oh,
It's I don't know. I don't know what to say about Glenn Danzig. So Norbert, your first time at the arcade, and let's throw in. We'll come back around to you guys, but your most memorable experience here as well.
My most memorable experience was before you guys had opened up. I used to drive by this location forward and back using. I used to work at a retirement home, and this was the route I would take. So I happened to look past by the location. I saw like a bunch of cabinets that was inside the building. I was like, that to me looks like they're building an arcade. So I talked with one of my friends, Shane Muir, who I posted the video of the inside of the building on your page earlier today. And my first time I came here was in fact opening nights. And the first game that I have played there was And the first arcade game I had played over there was it Street Fighter 2 The New Challengers. And yes. And before anyone asks, that is also my first world record that I have attained on there. I just wish you guys didn't put the game in retirement though, because I still love playing that game. But no, other than that, and the best part about it now, especially with this location, is I live 10 minutes from here. So that's like very convenient. I'm very convenient on it. What's wrong? You jelly?
Are we going to see you more then? Hear more?
I try to be here more often than I can. Because of the fact that I work overnights, it kills my whole sleeping schedule. So I'm out cold for a good part of the day. And then even like on my days off, I'm usually busy with helping out family.
Mm-hmm.
Either I'm helping out family or I'm with my girlfriend. Hi, Michelle. And then other than that, like I said, one of the things I do like about coming here too is whenever you start throwing like a lot of tournaments. We haven't seen a good NFL Blitz tournament in a good while. Sports in general. I miss some of the fighting games you guys have thrown together, which we're overdue for one, Doc. Yes, we do. We need a Guilty Gear. I've been suggesting that for a long time. Oh, please. Shots fired.
But we got arch rivals out of it, which is the same thing.
Yeah, that reminded me.
Without arch rivals, there would be no NBA Jam.
That is true. And Doc, I wanted to ask you a question. Besides the whole tournaments, didn't you say you were supposed to announce a Pro Bowl 2 coming up?
Yes, there will be.
I see what you did there.
Our big issue right now is with scheduling. It's like Swap Meet, week of anniversary, Wizard World, Developers Day. It's like
Right.
Yeah.
No, that's understandable.
And also it's like especially like Troll Bowl and like the Dirty Pigskin tournament that we had. It's like we got to get like the industry celebrity guests. They want to be there, but like Brian Colin, he was literally just here for the swap meet,
Right.
and then like he was here not too long ago. He was here. He's here for Developers Day. He was here after that too, but then he's here for Wizard World, and like there's just always we try to space them out a little bit, and it's we will do more. Like I Blitz tournament is coming, Arch Rivals tournament coming. Like one of the things that we want to get back to, the original Shang Tsung's Fight Night. The first one was not all Mortal Kombat.
Right, and I remember that.
It was just
Every fighting game that you
every
had.
fighting game that we had was up, and it was just kind of
I miss those times too. I really wish we could have something like that back.
we can, we totally can.
There you go.
It's it is tough to schedule.
Oh no,
like,
and I mean, and I understand that. I do, and I know most of us here do. But I mean, it would be nice to have like set any specific day just to have like a worldwide of fighting games from all like with whatever classics you can throw out with the time allowed. Because I remember the first two, we didn't play every fighting game that you had available at the time.
yeah.
Right. So
And now these Shang Tsung's Fight Night tournaments, the tournament barely happens. It's just like
everyone's too busy with the cast and the
the
signatures
celebrities, and it's like it was huge. It was huge. That was our busiest. It tied for our busiest day with 568 people through the door.
Was that May, April? I forget when that was now.
Yeah. But
first experience and first World War.
Yeah. Sure.
Am I allowed to say?
I like this one as our first date was here.
It was. This is my significant other. I asked to go though. I was like,
She did. It was her idea to come here.
Well, yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
Uh-oh.
It was one of those.
You filmed my Mortal Kombat 2.
Yeah,
which
she
I know I
played
did, you
through
was
Mortal
filming me
Kombat
play.
2. She
And I was
played through
doing
MK2.
yeah.
Finished it.
I was doing this move where I was getting him in the corner, and you're like, "Oh, I can't believe you just did that," or something. Forget exactly what it was.
was-
Something like, "What did she do?" Like it was like a cheap move. It was a kind of a cheap move, but anyway, I ended up beating it. But he filmed it. Yeah, but a while ago. And then I remember I used to play Flicky on Sega Channel back in the day. And when I saw Flicky for the first time, Sega Channel, remember Sega Channel? Yeah, yeah. Super fun. Yeah, I saw Flicky for the first time on arcade, and I played Flicky when I was really, really young all the time. And I was like, oh god, it's here! And I had an emotional moment like that guy with basketball. Not that extreme, but that's about it. Okay, that's it. Thank you. I think he's like, no,
Your microphone's too far.
Oh, that's what he's saying. I thought it was like the Oscars, like wrap it up,
Yes.
you know.
No.
But thanks a lot. No. Sega Channel, yeah. So.
And then
Aw.
she also on our first date was requested that we get clacks.
Did I? Oh, that's
And then
right. That's class. Yes. Like,
it was ordered that night.
yes,
I had the board on the way.
So sweet.
And now we have a new cabinet. Yes.
Two other people. Yeah, not many people with Sega Channel. Yeah, it's weird, but super nostalgic. Yeah, super fun. Mm. Yeah.
So, George.
So, my first experience here, was actually the first day. My first day here was the day I also set my first world record. You had just gotten Metal Black in.
We were just talking about this earlier.
Yeah, so myself and Brian Keita, we both came in that day, and we were just going back and forth on the Metal Black record for a little while until Matt Walters happened and took everything. But yeah, I mean, actually the first time I ever saw this place was I was coming home from a funeral, oddly enough. But I was driving back from the funeral over in Berwyn and just came past here, and then I think it was like a year later, I'm like, you know what, I know there's this arcade out this way, let's go check it out. We're not doing anything. Sure enough, we come in, we set world records, and we're here like every week for a while. So.
You say that would be your most memorable moment here too?
My most memorable moment, I'd have to say, was when I claimed and have held on to the Guilty Gear record, because I worked so hard for a while to get that record, and I'm so happy to have it.
Yeah, but you and Norbert were going at it for a while.
Oh
quite
yeah,
a while.
yeah, and I was actually just playing it now, and I'm like way out of touch.
He was talking about earlier how when we were setting the fighting game records, it wasn't getting enough attention like Splatterhouse was back in the day.
Oh yeah.
So I just wanted to touch up on that.
Yeah.
So you're done?
Dukes. All right.
Yeah, this is Duke Dang again. For those who don't, well, I'm not gonna expect everybody to know who everybody is, so I always keep repeating my name. But yeah, no. Well, you might have new viewers. Okay, so my good friends Mike M and Oscar. Oscar, like I met those guys at two of the last arcades in Chicago that I knew. This is like 2005. And one of them was Dennis's Place for Games, which, yeah, you used to work at, right? and then you got Dennis's Place for Games, the last location, because there used to be a chain all throughout Chicagoland. And the last location to close down was on Belmont, on Sheffield, just off the CTA Red Line Brown Line. And that closed down December 2007. This Virgin's Fun and Games closed down in some point in 2005. But I met both Oscar and Mike at those two locations, and it was like years later. Oscar was part of some forums, and somebody had posted, I don't even know what website it was, and it was when Galloping Ghost was still maybe a concept. And then years later, I asked him, like, this is 2011. I'm like, hey Oscar, whatever happened to that arcade you told us about years ago? Enters and looks up. It's like, they're open. I'm like, oh, shoot, we got to check it out. So I mean, I didn't take Oscar the first night I came out here. It was a weeknight. I think it was in spring of 2011. And me and Mike were like, hey, let's go check it out. We come here, and I was gonna park right in front of the door, and some of your staff was like, "Oh, don't do that. You'll get towed right away." I was like, "You guys have a parking lot?" And then somebody, and then somebody. I don't remember who the heck I spoke to back then. It was a while ago. And I was like, okay, go, park, go inside, pay our $15, and I had texted both Oscar and Mike a while back, and whenever I take Oscar here, since he's the one who told us about this place, I cover his entry fee, because I might not be here without you guys. So thanks, Mike and Oscar, especially you, Oscar, if you're listening to this. And so me and Mike come in, just blown away. It's like over 100 games, and I think your grand opening was 100-ish.
130. 130.
That's what I heard, yeah. And just looked around, just like so many games I never heard of. I hadn't seen like Michael Jackson's Moonwalker since my family left Utah. That's where my family's originally from. And I was like, holy crap, even in the places where you can play video games back in the day, I couldn't see it. And so, from there it just came back, numerous times, and then ended up becoming a regular, and was working on some of the games I played back then. So it was really cool. And then just coming to the recent event with the swap meet, I introduced you to him, Doc. My friend Mike S. it's like I hadn't seen that guy since his wedding. He told me it's been that long, and we met in college with the Vietnamese Student Association, so that was crazy, and I had no idea he was that the heart of gaming was still in him, and he's mostly into the classics and stuff, so I introduced him, and so that was really cool. So I thank you once again, Doc, for like kind of reuniting me with an old friend that I was kind of sad. I was like, we used to be really close and tight. I hadn't seen him in a while, so at different points in my life, I've had different close friends and stuff. Mike and Oscar, Mike M, the first one, then Mike S this past weekend. Just got back in touch with him, so that's here we are in the present. Didn't mean to say too much, and I hopefully
awesome, man. Like,
because I've spoken more than everyone else, and I want to hear what Sean has to say here.
Wait, that's
on,
one of our again, like we've seen so many of the regulars, like the regulars friendships, like so many of the regulars know each other and hang out with each other, and like seeing that happen here at the arcade has just been amazing. Like myself, I've always been kind of solitary, and like, my arcade experiences were very similar. Like I didn't go to the arcade. I would go with like my brother and my father and stuff, but maybe one or two friends I would go with. But if I was going to the arcade, it was usually by myself. And it's been great to see like all the friendships that have been formed here over the last 5 years. Just throughout playing similar games, and even though it's the atmosphere here, like between you guys, it's competitive. Like it's so awesome that there's still like it's so friendly, and there's never like animosity when somebody takes your score or something happens. It's like it's all cool, and that's like one of the most amazing things that I've gotten out of this place is to see like this place has created friendships for people and reunited people with each other. Even like the MK actors, like those guys never get to see each other, and we make this big event where those guys get to hang out. And it's like you can see that it's like they.
And
have
I'm
so
friends with one of them now. We hang out.
Sure.
And
like,
it's like, wow.
Absolutely. Like it's just a level that who knew that an arcade could do all these things, and it's to me it's just amazing to see it. It's just amazing to see it.
My first indoctrination into the Ghost was seeing the spot on WGN Channel 9, which is what about 10 minutes long.
Was it?
It's still on YouTube if you look it up, and I'm like, oh my God, where is this place? I looked it up, Ogden. Where the hell is Ogden? How do I get there? What do I need to do? So I drove right past about 5 times. Stopped in, paid, saw Ghosts and Goblins, still in the same spot it was, and still playing it to this day.
The WGN spot, I remember.
You and Jerry walking down the aisles with the crew.
Yeah, I remember that. That was a.
Uh-oh.
That was a
behind the scenes.
That was a rough filming because I was trying to put cabinet up that morning. It was jeez, what was going up? I think it was right. I think it was actually one of the. Might have been. It wasn't G Darius. I believe it was a shmup that we were putting on the floor, and I tend to stress and worry on things usually when I'm sleeping. So that morning I knew this was going on, and I was sleeping grinding my teeth, and I cracked one of my molars in half.
Oh.
And my cheek was swollen up. I'm like, I'm on TV today, like come on. And it was
I didn't notice.
Good. That's how I remember WGN. It was a pretty unpleasant but awesome day.
So yeah, the first game I played was Ghosts and Goblins. My most memorable moment was after the Developers Day with Brian Collins
Yes.
and Jeff Lee. The next time I came in and saw them, they came up to me and said hi to me, and that blew my mind.
Yeah.
That blew my mind. Yeah, that's like, here are my heroes. They know me. So
Yeah.
I was just beyond words.
Yeah, you started memorable moments with Norbert, so you didn't get to Pete and I. My most memorable moment would have been Battle of the Arcades, participating in that when you hosted that here. It was February of 2014, I want to say it was, yeah. And it was such a great experience to be a part of with all the guys coming down. I'd love for Ken House to do that again, to orchestrate something like that again. We just haven't found the time or the resources, as far as I know, that we haven't
Not
been
yet.
able to set one up.
However, Richie Knuckles, our good friend Richie, is supposed to be. He might be coming in the next day or so. Yeah.
He may or may not. I can neither confirm nor deny.
Well, he's heading out to Iowa for Icon, Walter Day's big event.
Oh, I
and,
thought that already passed.
No, that's this Saturday.
Saturday? Okay.
It's we'll have to see if he can make it by, because every time, like last time he was out here, it was like, hey, like, when's this going on again? Because that was an amazing tournament. That was so much fun getting to compete against those guys, and yeah, I definitely, it's on the agenda for us to do another one of those.
I can't wait for it to show up. I can't wait for it to happen.
Well, it's going to be very different now that we have so many.
Yeah,
different...
I see Pete. Hi, Pete. Stop starting with that. Just stop starting that. Yeah. That's another thing for another time. But yeah, regarding the organization,
it's on the agenda. We have to seeing it now, like with the way that the players have grown, and it's just evolved. I think it'll be really interesting. Like the selection of games, like we were pretty open to anything last time, and just everything on that. I thought the commentary was solid. Our stream setup was top drawer then, and we definitely want to get back and do another one as soon as they're ready. And the best thing is going to be that there's other arcades that we can get involved with it too, and really have a even bigger and broader reach. So that's an event that I'm super excited for. It's when Richie comes in, that'll be one of the first things that we talk about. Like, we've talked on the phone a couple of times about it, and it's just, again, it's picking that time when there's not a million things going on. And so
yeah, any solid news, feel free to please pass it along.
We will. Again, we never like to get people too excited before we have things locked in place. So, but we will. It will happen eventually.
Why are you looking at me?
Memorable most memorable moment.
I have two that are equally as memorable. Well, I guess they're kind of related, but when you first asked me to join Team VGA, I was really taken aback. Like, you'd want me to represent you and pay for me to go and represent the arcade to play Mortal Kombat, and I was like, that's crazy, but I'd love to. And then I would say, like, I started probably as a mid-level player, but just through the aspects of team, the team and practicing, I became like a lot better than what I ever would have done without being on the team. I became pretty good, I thought, and then like I never had like a really huge major tournament win. I almost won a Canadian tournament in Toryuken. It was 2013, I think, but that was another one. Like, being able to represent the arcade outside of the country and do so well, in international competition. Fortunately, I only got second on that tournament, but I really wanted to win, and it was an honor to represent you. And when you first asked me to join the team, that was great. And that kind of, I don't know if it had anything to do with it, but when the original Shang Tsung's Fight Night, that Mortal Kombat tournament was really, really huge for MK9, and that was one of my first tournaments I'd won in a while. So it kind of rekindled that fighting spirit in me.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's
Thank you.
Well, and it's I don't know, like for me, memorable moments. It's every day. It's like every day of this last 5 years, from the day that we unlocked those doors and everybody poured in. Like I couldn't discern one amazing moment from the last. It's like we get to have all the like I hang out with all my friends every single day. I get to hang out with the people that I idolized that made these great arcade games. Just like every day creates a new amazing experience here at the arcade. They're like my first date, like her first world record, like your first world record, like everything here. It's like it's all so important. The Mortal Kombat events, every tournament. When we bring, like, we're super selective about the people we work with. Like, it means so much when we hire somebody new because they're joining our family. Jeremy, absolutely. Like, I get to go, like, Jeremy would be like, hey, do you want to go off to the middle of nowhere to go find some cabinets? He is. It's like there's times where it's like, okay, well, we're gonna go drive 26 hours and spend 3 days in Mississippi and come back with who knows what.
Let's go hop in the mystery machine and solve some crimes.
Right. It's like, and it's there's all the experiences of every day. Like when anytime we're able to do something that like makes one of your guys' days better. Like I remember when we like recycling. I used to watch you do recycling every night, and it was like, this guy really likes recycling. It's like honestly, like for me at that time, it was like, I don't get it. I don't like not my thing. It's his thing. He wants to take out all the plastic bottles, glass, whatever. But now it's like, man, like we can do something as simple as like put up some recycling bins to make this guy happy. Awesome. Like that's a good day by me. Or like streaming. Like we do. It's so. There's not a bad element that can happen here. Like machines get broken, like from people loving to play them, and it's like even that. It's like at least like the way I think about it is like somebody was really playing this machine. Like they're very passionate about this. Sure. But it's like, and even following that, it's like we get to turn around and fix this stuff and put it back out for people to love.
Another memorable moment in
Battle of the Arcades.
Good shout, Jamie. Good shout.
Well, and the Gamers of the Year, like what that's coming up tomorrow, and I'm so excited to announce it. It's like even for tomorrow, most of the people don't know what we have in store. Tomorrow's in 5 minutes, but we'll do it at the big event. We could do it, but it'll be at the big event. But each time one of those guys got crowned as our Gamer of the Year. I remember the first time Matt Rocco set a world record, and it was like, it's crazy. This guy just beat a score from like 1984. Like how amazing is that? And it was initially like, wow, I wonder if that would ever happen again. It's like, what are the chances? 262. 262 later, still every time, it's amazing. Sure, like games like Forgotten Worlds. Like I watched James play that game, and it's amazing. I watch this guy play Darius, and it's like, wow. It's like it's amazing to watch. Watching Duke play Centipede. Nah, I'm not where I used to be. Watching Danielle play Flicky, it's like there's so many of them that are just like, wow, this is so cool to do this. And it's like this is this is everything that I love to do every single day. And it's like 5 years of this, like yeah, like let's have 50 more. Like let's keep it good. Whatever. No, last boss of Narc. No, before him.
See,
Mr. Big.
I thought Teeter would have said
Mr. Big
Jackal.
is in his wheelchair, and you got to blow him
Take
up out
down
of
the
his
Jackal
wheelchair 3
record.
times. Yes. But it's as far as memorable moments go, it's an everyday thing. It's like it's every swap meet for me. It's every new customer that walks through the door that's got like the what is this place look on their face. It's every kid that is like this is the first time he's gone to an arcade. When I see James like giving somebody a gaming tip on Cubert, whether they want it or not, it's like it's yeah, it's like some people get it, some people don't. Some people are like that's awesome. Some people are like, hey, I'm just trying to play this game. But like to see James here passionately like he's about this arcade. And it's like it's just absolutely amazing. Every day of the year. Like our holidays here. Our New Year's, our Christmases, our Thanksgivings that somebody has to work here. Like I remember initially when we posted, "Hey, yeah, we're open on Christmas." Everybody was like, "How can you let your employees work on Christmas? It's like their holiday where they're supposed to be with their family." And it's like absolutely right. And it's like that's how close everybody is here. And it's like it's so weird to have that in an arcade in 2015. Like most of the people don't get how important and how special this place is. And it's absolutely like
I
having
was here Christmas one year.
Yeah, me too. A lot of people celebrate Christmas Eve.
Sure. For sure. But it's like how cool is that? It's one of those I hope that in the 5 years I think that I know we've made a lot of special days for a lot of people. Whether it just be the customers, the industry people, the people that work here, everybody like has some special event. And I just hope that everybody like for me, I recognize it every day. And this is especially with an event like this, we all do. We look back on what we just did here for the last year, and we look forward to make it better. And to make it better, we need everybody here. It's super important that everybody. You guys be open this year?
I think being Christmas probably. And Thanksgiving Day.
Well, we are open 365 days out of the year.
366 if it's a leap year.
Absolutely. Like
No, we don't recognize 29th February.
we were open. Like we had power on this side, and there has not been a day that this place hasn't been there. And I've seen people that are really down with stuff, and they come here, and it's like this is the place that picks them up. And it's yeah, yeah. It's you're around family here. It's you're around all your friends. You're around games that bring back memories, and it's like that is yeah, it really does. And it's like what a you can't put that into a business model and be like this is how this is going to be. No, you can't. But like I reflect literally every morning when I'm driving in here, like I keep getting here earlier and earlier, and it's like wow. It's like well, no, absolutely. That's
Probably on non-Halloween days too.
Sure. It's
Short dress Saturdays.
Sharp Dress Saturdays. That was awesome.
I missed that. I'm sad that I missed out on it because there were a
We-
couple times I was nicely dressed. A couple of times went to a funeral. I was wired to come.
Oh yeah, Sharp Dress Saturdays.
That was
Forgot about
a-
that.
I know. Can you bring that back?
that whole string.
So, so it's we will do another Sharp Dress Saturday. There's another that's becoming like the big problem. It's like there's not enough days in the year to run all the cool events. Like there's events that we've tested. Like we had a Smash TV style game show.
Wait, what?
Yeah. We had
Yeah, I know, right?
we tested it. We had Rocco. What's that? Yes.
Who loves you and who do you love?
There's a whole underground labyrinth that we have Chris down there in Lumbo. Yeah, we've tried some stuff that like we wanted to do a lot of post production on it. We had entrances with Rocco, like wrestling style entrances.
Rocco and Fred.
It was
doing that.
well, we tested. We didn't have music, but we had Rocco and Don Cox do a test episode, and we filmed this thing, and this was a while ago.
From the vault, the video vault.
Yeah, like there's some really cool stuff. Like Sharp Dress Saturday, totally awesome, and probably one of the biggest Facebook responses we've ever gotten from Sharp Dress Saturday. Like totally, that was mine. Okay. Nah. Nah. Like
Sean, that's specifically for you.
Like we,
I've no doubt you could.
like I remember Rocco dressing. Like there's so many people that were a part of it, and like it brought in so many brand new people. And why? I don't know. Like who wants to like? It's such an odd merging of things. It's like dress up real nice and go to an arcade. It's like I don't know if that's ever happened before. Jeff Lee is always sharp dressed. I came back over to the arcade side on the Jeff was here in all white. Just came back from playing polo, and I went over and everybody over there was like, Jeff Lee is the flyest man I've ever seen. Yeah, it's like Jeff Lee does.
He is a man that likes to have fun with his off time.
He is. What do you have to wear on Sharp Dress Saturday? You can wear whatever. Like we're all wearing shirt tie, like full out suits. Like I remember even that. It's like me and Brandon, like we're like, yeah, we gotta go new suit shopping, and it's like we're at Oakbrook by the mall, and it was like, what are you doing this for? It's like, oh, we work in an arcade. Yeah. It's like it's Sharp Dress Saturday coming up, and I need a new suit. And it's like, okay. But it's like, yeah, Sharp Dress Saturdays, just dress nice. We do. We do.
That's sharp. No, I'd rather not.
Watch the first 10 minutes of it, and
It's
you'll understand.
like when was our last like the start of the gaming weeks, like Sega Week and all that. Konami was the first one. How long ago were those?
That was over 8 months ago. The Sega one was the end of August last year.
So it's like we've already missed our next Konami week. Like we should have had another and another Capcom one. But, sure, but it's like if we want to make these annual tournaments, like we missed it. Like there's not even enough time in the year to make annual events happen. It's like Shang Tsung's Fight Night. We need to have at least one a year.
We had two last year.
Yes. It's just astonishing. It's just like there's never enough time between doing all the shows that we have. Like this. So this week, the rest of this week, tomorrow morning. Noon? Tomorrow at noon, I believe I'm doing an AMA. I am doing an AMA at noon.
I will try to log on at lunch from my work just to see how that goes. No. You know me better than that, Pete. I'll log under 20 different usernames.
You defend us in public. I like your comments on certain YouTube videos.
Yes, absolutely. Then tomorrow afternoon at 7 o'clock, we have our new Gamer of the Year, the new Gaudi, the new Goaty. Then and I've talked with 2011 Gamer of the Year Matt Rocco. He will be here. Talk with 2012 Gamer of the Year James White. He will be here. 2013 Game of the Year Matt Walters. He will be here. He will be here. 2014 Gamer of the Year Fred DeHart will be here. No, it's gonna be. We want to do some interviews with them. We'll probably be streaming on Twitch again tomorrow. So we look forward to talking with them. And then we will announce our 2015 Gamer of the Year. Awesome. And then this Saturday, we have the Us versus Them reunion going on with the creators of the game Us versus Them.
Dapper Jeff Lee coming back.
Jeff Lee, Warren Davis, who also worked on, and this is on Saturday afternoon around. I think they're getting here between noon and 1.
Hi, Michelle. Have fun at work tomorrow.
See you, Dan. It is midnight.
Oh, it is our official anniversary.
Happy birthday! Happy New Year.
Thank you, everybody.
I made a mistake once.
With the Saturday, so Us versus Them reunion Developers Day. Jeff Lee, Creator Cubert, Us versus Them, Mad Planets, Krull, so many games.
That is also, is that the last day for setting scores for?
It is the last day for Atari Week. Who else is coming up? Larry Day will also be there. Warren Davis, who worked on Narc and Us versus Them, obviously, and Smash TV, a lot of great games. Larry Day might be here, who worked on Us versus Them, and I believe Caveman Pinball. Really cool pinball game. Yes.
I believe Star Worlds has it.
Yes, they do.
Last time I was out there, they had on the floor.
They
Gave it
do.
a try. It was actually really fun.
Richard Tracy is coming, maybe, and Dennis Nordman will also be here. So 5 of the guys that worked on so many great arcade games and pinball games. Dennis Nordman is a huge name, so definitely anybody who's hearing this, come on in on Saturday at around, I think they're going to be here from like noon or 1 until about 4. And they're going to be signing autographs and stuff, so it'll be really cool. So, but does anybody else have questions, comments, thoughts about the anniversary?
Sean still is challenging me to arch rivals, so I say I accept that challenge whenever we get this going.
I'm sorry, that challenge has to go through me first. Remember, I did win the Arch Rivals tournament last year. Yeah, how was it I win? At the buzzer?
Yeah, the last minute.
We'll settle this at a later date.
Let's go.
Cool. Well, thank you, everybody. We want to thank everybody that plays here, the amazing staff here, all of our friends, industry friends. Just thank you for making the last 5 years completely amazing. Thank you, Pete, for helping me with all this stuff.
Sure. Thanks everyone for tuning in. That's watching at home. We'll
Yes.
we'll put this all up on YouTube, so if you missed it, you can watch the replay. Well, no. Well, yeah, you can get in there. Go ahead.
Is it possible to have a chart of the arcade?
Well,
we are working on that. We will have a map that we are working on.
So is that going to be like live updated? Like if we move games, we got to update that map?
Yes.
Oh man, it's going to be rough.
And it will.
It'll be like a chess piece we just moved.
It'll yes. I'm slowly working on this as I want to see how many more games we can squeeze in here.
Okay. The QR code?
Hold on to them. I'm working on having
I
that
can get you one,
fixed.
Sean. But yeah, it's going to work soon.
It's we're talking with David Hernley a lot about upgrades and how to make the site better. There's a lot more numbers and a lot more stuff that we want you guys to be able to do, like all the regulars and stuff. So we want to make that better. We're trying to integrate it. I've been working with 3 new arcades that are using it. So hopefully there'll be some new places
where you can scan your cards. Yeah.
Well, no, just like new arcades putting up new scores.
Nice.
You get some better, like more competition for you guys. So it'll be of everything. All I can promise is this upcoming year will be that's the goal. We have a lot of big plans, and we want to work towards making the place completely amazing.
Awesome.
I'm down to donate more.
We appreciate that.
We do appreciate that. We will actually, possibly as early as tomorrow, be announcing a new direction with either a GoFundMe or a just the fundraiser. We probably won't go the Kickstarter route, as our last one did not work. But yeah, we appreciate everybody that has donated to the arcade. Because
yeah, there's a lot of you, and like Duke, like everyone that comes
absolutely. Dan Icavelli,
yeah,
like he mentions it all the time, and all that stuff really helps. And that money, 100% of it goes to parts and upgrading the arcade and making the streams better and making the events better. And it's really been one of the big things that helps us keep growing. It's like every time we open up the donation box, there's something in there, and it's amazing, and we appreciate the generosity of all of our supporters and everybody that has helped us get to where we're at, and we just want to keep making the place bigger and better for everybody to enjoy. And we appreciate everything and everyone for everything that they've done in the last 5 years. So
cool. Is that gonna wrap us up?
I guess that wraps us up.
Cool.
So,
all right.
Thanks.
You want to take us out?
Yeah. Thanks everybody. Thanks everybody for coming to the podcast and coming.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. We will be here tomorrow at some point streaming our
later tonight. It's
later tonight. I agree with that. Later tonight, announcing our Gamer of the Year. So don't miss that. So again, thank you everybody.
The trolls are coming.
Thanks.
All right. We're signing off. Have a good night, everyone.
Good night, everybody. Thank you.